Work, work. What's up, dudes? How's it going? Huzzah! You missed my B-Day. That's okay, Andrew. What were you doing? Throw down some pizza. I'm still trapped in your basement hole. Hold on, let me finish this piece of crust. You can have the cheese inside. It's hot as fuck. I need a distraction. I got you, dog. Boom, 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 boom. I feel old now. Not really. Simply is the reality of existence. But sometimes we as individuals choose to surpass existence. What in tarnation? Yo. Jesus Christ. I went live because I was looking to see if I could find something to watch and had no luck, and here I'm on Sunday nights. Suck for you. Suck for you. Joe, I love you've been watching you since I was Thursday. Oh, it's crazy. Time flies. Love you too. Appreciate you. Thank you for watching. What's up, Ollie? Boom. 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 What's new, guys? Anything cool going on? What have you done in your life? What reality have you manifested? What have you taken control of? Are you working with Mr. Ballin right now? Because they just started a new podcast with someone that sounds just like you. What? Are they using my voice, bro? What the flip? Just kidding. I am working with them. I'm hosting their history podcast, A Twist of History. I didn't put in for you, but yes, Sunday nights suck for you too. Absolute suckage. Still recovering from ab surgery. Oh, I'm sorry. You're watering the outhouse. Nice. Check out Twistery. What exciting stories you got for us tonight? We got ones about the Backwoods. We got 4 of those stories coming. We're back to the outdoors, my friends. What's my best dad joke? What did my dad say when he got back from the grocery store? He never came back. Doing your first 3D print tonight. That's dope. What are you making? It's your birthday in 2 hours, Andre. Happy early birthday. What are you going to do? You going to do anything fun? Joel, I've been pumping iron recently. You would be proud. Hell yeah, Jonas. Let's go, bro. I need you to keep sticking with it. It's all about consistency over time. Think about that equation. Frequency over time equals results, and also good diet. Don't ever forget about your diet, because that's like sometimes that's like freaking 50% of it, if not more. How am I today? I'm doing good, honestly. It doesn't feel like a Sunday, and I've been doing so much like random shit, for the Mr. Ballin podcast, No Sleep podcasts. We got new bonus content out right now. Well, let's take a look at that, honestly. Alright, we're skipping this song. We're going over here. I don't know. Wasn't really feeling that playlist. Alright, so what do we got? Membership. Yes. The No Man's Land Volume 2, The Ninth Company Part 1 by Sam Riding is now out on bonus content for all members. And people are liking it. They're loving it. We got a Pizza Hut. We got people saying it turned out so good. Can't wait for part 2. You gotta check it out. Let's make sure we got it on the playlist. Got it in that playlist. Yeah, we're good. What's up, Liz? Oh man, what is going on, guys? How you feeling? What is to report? You just saw Lilo and Stitch. Seems like that movie's doing gangbusters. Everybody goes to see it. You took an Ativan. Uh-oh. Careful with that. My one friend, his whole life was flipped upside down by Ativan for a little while. You're prescribed. I mean, so is he, but sometimes, I'll be honest, those doctors don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, benzos are no joke. It's just a very addictive substance. And basically, as people try to get off, like, basically he would take it to sleep, but, you know, he only took the prescribed amount. And then, whenever he would work out, sometimes he would have like panic attacks and he couldn't figure out why, and it was because he wasn't taking Ativan, and when he would take his Ativan he would feel fine, and then anytime he would stop taking it, it was like he was in hell. He said he was like in hell and he couldn't sleep. You know, his sleep got worse, so like basically to get off of it he had to do like what's called like a water taper, where you like slowly break off, you know, piece by piece, slowly over time, to taper yourself off of it, and then like dilute it in water and consume it that way. But yeah, crazy, just very, very crazy withdrawal symptoms. So, you know, I don't know how far you are into taking it, but just be aware that there can be some serious side effects coming off. So definitely talk with a doctor to wean yourself off if you do decide to do that. Your sis abused Xanax, then graduated to heroin. Drugs fucking suck, bro. Yeah, I mean, use as needed. I mean, yeah, that was essentially his prescription as well. I mean, I'm just saying, be careful. I believe you share the same B-Day with George Norrie. Nice, that's from Coast to Coast, right? George Norrie. Yeah. Yeah, he's June 4th, 1950. I'm June 4th, 1990, so he's a little bit older. He's 75. Nice, dude. Wonder if he wishes he could go back and be 35. Now, turning 75 would be an interesting experience, because it's like one of those ages where you like really gotta fucking lock in. If you don't lock in, you could just like die out of nowhere, and everybody would just be like, oh yeah, he was 75, whatever. Andrew, thank you for the 5, says Joel. Happy B-Day. I love the show. I always picture you looking like Dave Grohl with a beard and a touch of Asian. I've been listening a while. Respect. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate you, bro. Dave Grohl eating a bowl of gruel. Oh man, I feel bad. I got nothing left to say. I'm genuinely like out of words. I got nothing interesting to convey. I lack any sort of sense of creativity outside of anything you guys say. I can't there's like nothing from my brain I can like even for a second pull out of the ether. So if there's anything you guys want to talk about, feel free to, because I feel like we need to feed off each other's energy. Or just listen to this music. Alright. Sick. Let's get spooky, friends. Andrew with the 2 says, what ethnicity are you? Asking for a friend. I'm a mole person from the center of the earth. Earth. And if you don't let me live in your sandbox out back, you're a racist. Yeah, I'm Pennsylvanian. That explains the whole. Yeah. You're actually, you think I'm holding you hostage. You're actually kind of in the way. Oh, man. You're officially used to my burps? Okay, good. I've been slowly conditioning you to my burpage. Conditioning your mind to the stink, to the grossness. Alright, friends. What happened to the chilling app? You and a bunch of other YouTube people were doing. They were awesome stories. Then all of a sudden they were gone. I think the chilling app still exists. It was just, that was a, Being Scared was running that, right? And, you know, I just worked with them for about a year, and then it was just taking up a lot of time. And I did not extend, you know, our working agreement there to continue doing it. But not, I mean, I still love it. It's a great app. It's just, I was kind of just focusing on my own side quests, you know what I mean? Do the center of the earth mole people look down on the Vegas and New York mole people? Yeah, they're not fans, man. They say they're, like, for them, liberal and conservative is actually flipped. And the conservatives are the ones that have pink toes. Alright, anyways, we got 4 Backwoods stories tonight. The creepiest, most frightening story I know didn't come from a John Carpenter movie or a Stephen King book. It came from a little old lady that I met out on a hike one day out near Cross Timbers Park here in Kansas. I was in my late 30s, and hiking had become my way of taking a break from the daily grind. I liked the quiet, the way it cleared my head and kept me grounded. So, one warm afternoon in late spring, I decided to drive up to the state park to hit the trails and work off some stress. That day, the park was dead silent, and I felt like I was the only one around for miles. I'd been walking for a couple of hours following a trail near the edge of the park that wound past little clearings when I stumbled onto something I wasn't expecting. In a small meadow, I said meadow. Kawaii Bano with the 5. Thank you, friends. Has recently discovered your channel. Been a big help keeping my daughter and I entertained. She broke her leg 3 days ago. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Hopefully it's not like a growth plate type sort of situation. But I'm glad we can keep you entertained. And I do enjoy when people say they listen to the channel as like a team. It's a much more fun experience, I think, as a group. But thank you, Kawaii. Hey, Albert, thank you for the late birthday wishes. Appreciate you, dude. Part man, part bear, part pig. Okay. In a small meadow surrounded by trees with the late afternoon sunlight poking through them, I found 4 graves. The headstones were old and beat up, leaning a bit like they were worn out from standing there so long. I got closer, brushing away some tall grass to read them. The names were faded and tough to make out, but I could tell they were all from the same family, brothers and a father it looked like. There was nothing weird about family being buried right next to each other, especially back then. But the thing that really caught my eye and sent a little shiver down my spine was how they all had the same date of death, April 7th of 1859. I remember standing there staring at those stones, wondering what could have taken out a whole family in just one day. Was it a sickness of some kind, maybe some kind of accident, or was it something darker? My curiosity got going, and I couldn't help but hang around. I'm just hanging around. AJ Saunders with the 2 says, I'm starting a new job tomorrow. No sleeping for this. Not sleeping for this. Oh, nice, dude. We better get some sleep, my brother. Some sleepies. Have I ever met Mr. Ballin? I have not, no. I'm sure he's a very lovely man, though, for show. But yeah, AJ, if you got a new job coming up, you better be primed and ready. Wart. For some reason, they're building an In-N-Out here in Washington State. That's good. It's good to see business expansion, especially in the realm of burgers and fries. Yeah, I am a centaur creature. Pre-first day of work, nerves are the worst. Good luck, bro. Force the sleep. Do some breath work and hit the sack. Yeah, sometimes like doing some stretching before bed helps to like kind of like knock me out, you know, maybe a little bit of reading, some type of routine where you can just tell your body it's time for sleepies. Absolutely bazinga. Did you like healthcare work? Not really, no. I mean, it's a good job. And it's one of those jobs where you can work until you're like retired if you really want to, and there's lots of opportunities. It's just, I don't know. There's just a lot of like boring people, I guess, in healthcare, you know? Because it's a very boring sort. I mean, it's kind of supposed to be that way, right? It's supposed to be like everybody there just does their job, doesn't make any sort of... They watch shows, they don't think of shows, you know what I mean? Joel, can you toe touch your chin? Yeah, I think I can bring my toe up to my chin, no problem. I don't think I can put them around the back of my head, jackhammer style or anything like that. Tornadoes in Texas, Dallas. Oh, damn. Over 100 mile per hour winds. Holy shit. Sus. Wee bit sussy. I'm actually streaming like that right now. My legs are behind my head. I have the microphone right next to my mouth. A nurse friend of mine went from practical to office because they admitted they had OSTD without proof. What's OSTD? Old slug dick. I got old slug dick from working as a nurse. Yeah, I'm making a Let's Read video. I'm also making an OnlyFans video, a personalized video for someone else in the midst. Killing 2 birds with 1 dildo. I know a bunch of people who want to be nurses because of Grey's Anatomy. Yeah, it's definitely not like that. Dissociative identity disorder but without the hard walls of switches. Do you think it's just like because you kind of have to like do serious stuff but then kind of turn your brain off to it or whatever in the midst of doing it? Yeah, I'm just in constant pretzel. Hurricane season, the only time you can buy rope, tape, a tarp, and shovel without your motives being questioned. That's true. I guess that would be the best time to hide a body, in the middle of a hurricane. Don't tell anybody I said that. We're about to hit monsoon season. This desert definitely needs the rain. Yeah, it's scary though. I've had some friends whose house is just absolutely obliterated by hurricanes and stuff, and just not gonna be good. Nurses are kind of freaky. I mean, they can be, especially if their name is Mick Mouse, the freaky nurse. The freaky nurse from Disney. Now, it started as an attention-seeking mechanism for NPD abuse, and they just folded into the ease of claiming OSDD. It's wild. What's NPD? Non-penile disruptive abuse. Guys, I'm not a Scientologist. Come on. The meanest girls in school all became nurses. This is true. It is true. Working with nurses, I met a lot of bitches. Speaking of which, where the fuck is Mick Mouse? It's him. He has arrived. I was listening back to my recording of the bonus content. I'll be honest, my Russian accent was not that bad. The whole time I thought it sounded cringe as fuck, but the more I listened to it, I was like, these kind of sound like characters a little bit, you know? I was like, this is not too shabba-labba-ding-dong. Narcissistic personality disorder. Their mum is a huge narcissist. You're a bit of a narcissist, aren't you? Like, you meet a leprechaun, you're trying to steal a leprechaun's gold, and he's like, oh, well, we got a bit of a narcissist here, don't we? Trying to steal me gold, you think it only belongs to you. Strange nobody ever wants to share gold with a leprechaun. They always want to steal it. Oi, matey. Bombarclad! Your Russian accent was great. It made me run for cover because I was worried I was dealing with a Russian mob. Yeah, no, I definitely beat myself up a lot about that stuff, but it's just because I really want a high standard of something, you know? Because even if you don't hit it perfect, you at least get something decent. Did you not get a nodie? I guess so. YouTube don't want nobody to know about this place. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you guys, somebody on my subreddit asked if my podcast got taken off of YouTube Music, so I don't know if any of you guys use YouTube Music. I don't exactly know the details of what they were saying, but I saw my channel still exists on YouTube Music in podcast form, so I don't know. Maybe if you guys can check, or if you guys use that at all, let me know if you see it. But I didn't see it taken down or missing. Scientology is crazy. I used to hear people screaming from there at the Clearwater, Florida facility. They were just stoked. They were stoked to be there. Okay. Oh shit, Jacob with the 10 says, hi Joe, I'm sick with an upper respiratory infection. I've been having a 100.5 fever for 4 days now. I've been coughing up mucus for 4 days, and I've been throwing up for 4 days. Wasn't 4 days ago my B-day? Did you get sick on my B-day, brother? You seem pretty happy then. Kavad. He's got the Kavad. You notice the difference in your reading style from now to the first videos. I've been listening to your older stuff, like the FNAF, and your reading style seems more spooky then. Yeah, I was always kind of doing this, and I felt like I was reading too slow and it didn't feel natural, so I kind of found a happy medium, somewhere that, moved faster, but, was still kind of spooky. It's still on YouTube Music, brother. Okay, thank you, Albert. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they were looking for specifically the podcast. I have no idea. My curiosity got going, and I couldn't help but hang around trying to figure it out. Then as I was poking around the graves, I heard footsteps crunching behind me. I turned and saw a woman walking across the meadow towards me. She looked to be in her late 50s, and without trying to sound mean, She didn't look like she took care of herself too good. She looked sharp, though, and had this serious, determined look in her eyes as she approached. She asked why I was trespassing on her land, and when I assured her that I didn't mean to and I was just interested in the graves, she softened up on me a little. I told her I was just hiking through the park, and I guess I just strayed off the trail a little too far, and then I told her my name and said it was a pleasure to meet her. And that made her smile, and after telling me her name was Martha, she said she was the great-great-granddaughter of one of the men buried there. Hearing that was kind of exciting, I guess, because it meant that there was a chance that she knew what happened to them. Then when I asked, as delicately as possible by the way, it almost seemed like she'd been waiting for someone to show some interest in them. Without me asking too much, she launched into the story of her doomed forefathers, a tale her family had passed down for years, and let me tell you, that juice was well worth the squeeze. She started by explaining the times her great-great-grandfather lived in. They called it Bleeding Kansas back then, a messy, violent period when people were fighting over whether Kansas would be a free state or a slave state, and her great-great-grandfather, a guy named Ezekiel, found his family caught up in that. And back then, the state of Kansas was flooded with weaponry. The New England immigrant. Jacob, welcome back for 40 months. Says, yes, I did get sick at 2 a.m. I went to the hospital. They did a COVID test. It was negative, so thank God I'm tired and weak. I'm sorry to hear that, Jacob. And Bailey King, welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Did you hear about the protests in California? I did, yeah. I don't know. I've been having some conspiracy ideas like running through my head lately, and maybe you guys could let me know what you think. All your coworkers are sick right now and you're scared for your immune system. You gotta pump that immune system up, baby. Wart. Did you have or will you get any tattoos? Yes, I got one on my lower back. I made my first crochet frog, and my kid said it looked like a Huggy Wuggy. It's okay. The children always tell you the truth, and sometimes you need to hear that. I need a new conspiracy. What you got? Okay, so it's kind of generalized, but it's this idea that basically DOGE, or the Department of Government Efficiency, was by no means meant to actually cut costs of spending as much as it was actually to go around and basically gather data, because you're gathering data from, let's see, I got it written down here. I'm a writer downer, one of those guys. So I was thinking it was sort of like systematically grabbing banking and medical information through access to the IRS, Social Security, HHS, the VA, CDC, CMS systems, and then feeding that data into this larger AI system called Palunteer. You may have heard of Palunteer. And basically importing a ton of people's information for surveillance and analysis. And basically the narrative was that it was wrapped inside a cost-cutting narrative, but functionally acted as a power grab for mass data control. And a lot of this like weird stuff that's happening in like with ICE and like a lot of this like stuff that's happening with ICE and like the immigration protests, a lot of that also is like sort of actions taken without due process, but a lot of people, seemingly based on the sort of left-right divide narrative, are relatively comfortable with the idea under the auspice that you're deporting illegal immigrants or whatever. But at the same time, there's a part of me that sort of like wonders if there's something beyond that, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes you see things in like a superficial narrative, but then I also kind of like wonder in some weird way in that same sort of like AI tracking system that they basically, you know, I've heard people saying that using Palunteer to integrate that with ICE to sort of like go after people. But I mean, how long is it going to be before that same sort of system that's created as a justification to like deport, you know, illegal immigrants or whatever it may be, is going to essentially be used in some sort of strange social credit score system for citizens that are not so, you know, found to be so good or upstanding or whatever, you know what I mean? Wagwan, you know? And I don't know, to me it feels like what's going on lately is like we're slowly setting up some sort of like stepwise process, you know what I mean, to, I don't know, like a larger surveillance state incorporating a mass amount of like AI, and it's kind of scary. I mean, obviously I'm thinking of scary things, so of course it's going to sound scary. Operation Lockstep, what's that? Never heard of that. We're going to look like China. Yeah, exactly. Like China would be in some fashions, like the template, you know, for what you can probably anticipate to witness in like other westernized countries such as the United States. You're going to live in a farm in Wyoming and be self-sufficient. Hey, I don't blame you. Good luck, my friend. Hopefully things grow. Get kicked out of the grocery store for arrest warrants. Or maybe you just can't even like access, you know what I mean? Like or even worse, you wouldn't even be kicked out. You would get to the checkout station and you wouldn't even be able to buy anything, you know? So you would eventually just get in trouble for stealing groceries because you're hungry or shit like that. Operation Russian Sleep Experiment. It's where you were forced into the system or locked out. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. And I don't know exactly what kind of catalyst style event has to occur where everybody's sort of pulled into some sort of abstract social credit score system in which the monetary system operates under a sort of social credit tie-in, you know what I mean? All sort of integrated into your biometrics or whatever, but that's what I'm looking out for is like, what's that event, you know what I mean? What is going to be that thing that sort of bypasses the Constitution in that sense? I was on a government watch list. Ask me anything. Yeah, what did they tell you? I'm sure we're all on a government watch list, bro. And the worst part is it's not even like a cool, it's not even going to be like a cool FBI guy watching you. It's not even going to be a guy from China, you know what I mean, like watching you or what you're doing. It's just going to be a fucking robot who's just like, this guy smells, cut him in half, turn him into goo. You should look into Neuromorphic Computers. They simulate the behavior of neurons and are basically a digital version of a brain. Currently, we simulate brains the size of a squirrel's. It's pretty cool. I do remember seeing something really abstract about like taking their neurons and like connecting it, making it think that it was like a butterfly or something weird like that. And just imagining like you're conscious, like trapped in some sort of biomechanical butterfly thing. Did I deal with oxygen tanks? I did from time to time in like healthcare, which was annoying because then I had to like put my cigarette out before assisting them with that. What's the toll for the whole of Joel? It's a lot, honestly. AKA $30. What's up, Shorn? We the people won't consent to the reset. I mean, I don't even know if it even matters. I guess if enough people don't consent, then it would be boring for them, you know, but I'm sure you don't need that many. You just need, like, what? A couple 100 million people to consent. Everything else will be run by rowboats. The Joel Troll Toll. I don't know. I just think this whole, like, LeftRight Divide thing is just sort of like, you think it's it's essentially what, the Overton window. Like, you think you're participating in some sort of like culture or counterculture or whatever, but the actual movement is usually financial, and it's like outside of your purview of reality. Like, it's stuff that you would never even like really think to be paying attention to. You ever seen Source Code? Yeah, was that where he kept having to have like Groundhog Day, but it was like his body was being like kept alive perpetually or whatever? How do you guys feel about a husband who deeply loves his child to get a vasectomy after child 1? His body, his choice. I'm sad because I wanted 2, but I also respecting his personal choices. Oh, well, I've also heard that sometimes vasectomies like aren't successful. So who knows? Maybe you'll have like a little miracle baby randomly when he's not paying attention. Or maybe you can adopt 2 or foster or something like that. Or get like 6 dogs, put them in like a trench coat. Jacob with the 10 says, I'd love to stay, but like I said, I'm tired and weak, so I'm going to get some rest. Hopefully I'll be better in 14 days because that's what the doctor said. Take care of yourself. I'll see you. See you, Jacob. Feel better, buddy. Thank you for the 10. I had a dream I was a butterfly, or maybe I was a butterfly dreaming I'm a man and the butter sock called. Or were you a sock filled with butter, or were you butter inside of a sock? If you are a person of faith, you know why things are happening the way they are. Yeah, sometimes I worry, though, that like those sort of like faith narratives can kind of get hijacked by those same sort of intelligence agencies to sort of, manufacture a degree of consent under the sort of like narrative that the end times are coming or whatever, so it's like you end up being, rather than being resistant, you become sort of complacent or like okay with it because in the end Christ will reign, or something. But like, I appreciate the idea for sure, and I definitely lean that way. I just it's one of those things where you don't want to like be taken advantage of or become lazy, I guess, just because it's easier. What's up, Scotty? What's up, dude? I would adopt. I hate to be that person, but I prefer a baby, but I definitely adopt. Yeah, no, it's fine. No, everybody, yeah, natural. Can I get a light drizzle of Christ? I don't want a full-on rain. Yeah, I think we all kind of want that. Religion, smeligion. Yeah, what can you do? Right, Joe, I'm going to give my rights to government because rapture is going to make sense if anything, it'd be the opposite. Well, I'm not saying that you would. I'm just saying that, like, there's a lot of, like, faith-based individuals that those same type of, like, government entities could utilize those narratives to make them, I guess less resistant, you know what I mean? They're like, well, here is your God, he hath returned. Or, oh, you got the thing, I don't know. Or maybe that's the whole point of being a Christian, is to be resistant to those systems. It's hard to say. It's up to you, I guess. Joel, do you want your own, or would you adopt? I think I would want to have my own children. And, it's... if it didn't work out or whatever, I think I'd be okay with adopting. It's just a little scary sometimes, I've seen people go through the foster system and that whole process, and it's a great thing that they did, but at the same time, it's like there's the children that they raise can be quite troublesome, and it's just a scary thing, it's just scary. It's true, you guys are all my adopted kin. Just watched the Davis Koresh doc to me. It's wild. He used Jesus to manipulate those people. Yeah, it's a tale as old as crime. Don't bring kids into the world. Would you say that to all of Mongolia, or India, or Pakistan, or Africa, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's like people, the desire to control, like, people's desire to procreate, it's just like, just let them do whatever they want. You know what I mean? Like, it's, I don't know. Like, I get it. Like, a lot of, like, what it means to grow up in, like, Western nations is it's all about comparison, right? You're comparing yourself and the fact that like, oh, I might not have enough money to get this kid the best education or the best sports gear or the best college education. It's always like you're comparing shit, right? But it's like, how many fucking people are having like kids with one arm, or completely crippled or completely impoverished, living in like a hut that gets like bulldozed down at the end of every day on the side of a beach. You know what I mean? Like, and they have like 15 kids. Like, you just fucking do it. Just like, life keeps going on. Like, your perception of what is successful in life is utterly meaningless when it comes to the continuity of existence for humans. So just, if you want to have kids, fucking have the kids. Like, don't worry about the world, what the world's going to be like. It's always going to be shitty. It never was good. We're actually just fortunate to exist in a time frame in which like they're not going to get shot or eaten. That's a pretty good start. To not give birth to a kid in a war zone or next to a tiger nest. You know what I mean? Like, just fucking have a kid. But or don't. You are living in a realm of free will, I think. Rick Campbell, thank you for the big 20. Says, as a libertarian, I make both sides mad. So many only for liberty and freedom for themselves, not for those they disagree with. Yeah, I think everyone should be allowed to have whatever opinion they want, and, I might disagree with them, but I'm not going to, like, demonize them or, like, weaponize. Like, if you ever find me, like, weaponizing you guys against someone that is mean to me, just say, whoa, Joel. Whoa now, boy. Whoa, boy. But I see a lot of, like, those political sort of entertainers in the streaming space, not saying that's me or anything like that, but I see some of them, they are very comfortable sort of passively allowing their audience to go after people, and it's fucking weird to me. It's so irresponsible and mean. Just because someone is like not on their side or whatever. Slow down now, slow down. What's up, Justin? Why do poor people have so many kids? I don't know. I mean, back in the day, it's like you needed more kids. I think it's just a sort of survival mechanism where, like, if one gets sick and die, you got 15 more to help tend to the farm or whatever, or like take care of things or continue your lineage or whatever sort of strange thing is going on. But maybe the real thing comes down to his perspective is like a poor person has really no issue with or fear of the end of the world or the destruction of the current system because they don't have much to lose, right? So they kind of translate that same sort of like philosophy over to like having children. It's just like, fuck it, dude, we ball regardless. Whereas I think sometimes maybe like people with like wealth worry so much about like their own personal wealth that they're afraid that they have so much to lose. They have a perspective of the world being this like perfect thing, and that somehow like if they don't get the exact same life, even though objectively speaking they're probably, the fact that they're so attentive to the kid, they're going to give them a good life anyways. You know, it's just, I think maybe it's an IQ thing sometimes too. People get so much in their head that they just like overthink what it means to exist, but just don't overthink reality, just live it, you know? The New England Immigrant. Am I saying this word right? Oma420, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. Sorry I've made like no progress so far, but appreciate you guys talking about things. Immigrant. Am I saying that right? Immigrant. Okay. Yeah, that's why, I don't know why. It looked weird with a capital E. Turn to Christ. Do a do-si-do with Christ. Wages have also remained stagnant. I mean, it's true. It's like we don't exist in a world where you can like work in a shoe store part-time and like buy a house. Like the overabundance of like government spending, examples like COVID, where like what we printed how many, like 30% of all the dollars in the history of the United States during like a 2-year time frame. Like that does wonders for inflation and also like the your buying power, and it's the silent tax or whatever they say, inflation. So it's things are not going to get cheaper. Things are not, the things that are going to get cheaper probably is just like garlic knots, stuffed crust pizza, but buying a house is essentially going to be impossible. Like, people are going to be like jerking themselves off when they get like a shared condo, which is like a good thing to go for sure, and maybe can help like leverage your credit to the next property. But at the same time, like, obviously the American dream that previously existed at that wage level is just like not the same. You really have to be like above and beyond your means to make shit happen. I read a research paper on this. Yeah, it's, you learn a lot about reality when you dig into the economics of things. It's also like sad to see like the causation of it is pretty common as well. The New England Emigrant Aid Company would send what appeared to be crates of Bibles to the Free Staters, but the crates were actually filled with Sharps rifles, or what they called Beecher's Bibles back then. The slavers got shipments too, mostly from The slavers got shipments too, mostly from pro-slavery supporters from Missouri, but also from sympathizers in the wider South. It was like a practice round for the Civil War, which came a few years after, and it was also complete chaos too. So a lot of those shipments I mentioned there didn't make it into the hands of those they were intended for. Which brings me to the fly-by-night firearm traders. Zam. What's up, Shy One? Just people aren't having as many kids because of the economic fuckery. It makes sense too, and I think it's a cultural thing too, because there is a lot of like media that's like making you afraid, to have children, or it's like, or who knows, maybe there's like a natural, maybe there's like a natural state of decadence that the human body gets into, like if we're all connected through some sort of strange collective consciousness, even in like a countrywide level, like maybe we're all just like so comfortable that eventually there's something deep within us that says like, all right, maybe we cut back on like procreation a little bit just as a team or something, some weird sort of hive mind thing that just like limits people's desires to create children. And I guess like obviously birth control and all that play a big part as well. Soon be time to deal with your childhood and life's traumas. Our Father Jesus loves all his children very much, but unless you're a single like a child, you will not see the kingdom of God. Amen. Amen. You want to have at least 2? There you go. See you, Jordan. You're not afraid to have children, you're afraid of child support and alimony. Yeah, that's a big fear for people too, if you're like that it's weird to think, to a degree, like a court system concept, those sort of social structures are actually like mitigating people from actually just like casually meeting others, because they're afraid that they're going to be beholden to them should things turn south or whatever, or that even, some people even cheating on you and you owing them money is a terrifying thing. People were telling me they won't be able to increase populations of space colonies because they're comparing it to the modern first world, but new colonies will have incentives and tech for babies. I guess we won't know till we get there. Jeremy says kids are the best. There you go. If Jeremy says kids are the best, then we should all have at least 5 to 10 each. And if we do the math, 352, we're gonna have like 3,500 new kids by the end of the year. Trying to keep it positive. No, I appreciate it. How you doing, Jeremy? Good to see you, man. Alan says he just scratched his itchy bunghole. That's good. Who wants one of mine? How many do you have, Jeremy? It is crazy. I mean, like, I just visited my buddy who's got like a 5-month-old and a 2.5-year-old, and it's chaotic. It's chaotic. You got 3. Nice. That seems like the perfect number, you know? Last stream was epic. Yeah, dude. I don't know if you got to listen to the bonus content, like the official edited version, but it actually turned out really well. So I was like I'm very happy I did the Russian accents, because I would have been disappointed in myself if it didn't have those in it, at least. If each of your subscribers had 5 kids, we'd bring in 6,400,000 kids. Dude, we'd almost have as many subscribers as Markiplier. Let's go. Which brings me nicely to the fly-by-night firearm traders that were roaming around, selling stolen or misplaced weapons to anyone with a few bucks to buy them. Ezekiel, I was told, had gone into the woods one day to meet one such rifle salesman. He wanted rifles and shotguns to keep his family safe from the slavers that might raid his family farm, but since he hadn't the time to ride all the way into Coyville, why does that look weird? Why does that look smeared? Coyville. I want you guys to hear this lady's voice.
Coyville.
I'm sorry. Oh, hate those firearm fly-by-night traders. I know, they are frustrating. Why is she trying to turn me on? He wanted rifles and shotguns to keep his family safe from the slavers that might raid his family farm, but since he didn't have the time to ride all the way into Coyville or Toronto to visit an established... But since he didn't have the time to ride all the way into Coyville or Toronto to visit an established gun store, he took a chance with the man in the woods. But after heading out into the trees, poor old Ezekiel never made it back home. His father and brother started to get worried about him, so off they went into the woods to find him. But then instead of bringing home their kin alive and their kin, I did not bring back my kin. What's the song of the summer, y'all? What do you guys think? And you can't say Kanye West, or you're gonna get in trouble. But then instead of bringing home their kin alive and well, all they found was his body. Zeke wasn't just dead either. He was torn up real bad, mutilated like something unholy had been done to him. Martha said she was told that it looked like some kind of ritual, though she'd never been told the gorier details. I could picture it though, at least in my imagination, and boy did it give me the creeps. As you can imagine, Zeke's family didn't just let it go, and they swore a terrible and bloody revenge against the people who murdered him. They heard a guy in the next town over was selling rifles in the exact same way, as in organizing meetups in the woods. So Ezekiel's pa and brothers rode out there to track him down. They asked around, got the townsfolk to tell them where the salesman was hiding, and then headed into the woods to get revenge. But just like Ezekiel, they didn't come back. A couple of days later, someone found their horses tied to some trees near an old wooden church that had been left to rot. A search party went out, found the falling down church. The falling down. I could have another before I'm old like Joel. True. Thankfully, I've been freezing my jizz for years now. You guys don't know about it, but I've been taking all my old socks and just putting them in the freezer. I'm not a scientist, but I think it should work. I should be able to just like thaw them out and like wring them out into my My future beau. My future boo. My future beau? I don't know. Either way, she's getting old cum dumped on her, alright? Love that for you. I absolutely love that for you, Joel. Taking old socks, thawing them out. Guys, when I become a big Hollywood executive and get schizophrenia, I want you to never not tell me yes. Everything I say, it's going to make absolute sense and it must be done. That's how I ended up with two of mine, the frozen sock method. It's been scientifically confirmed. See, guys? Sock babies are proven to have stronger interweavings, stronger ligaments. What's up, EB? Good to see you. A search party went out, found the falling down church, and then they searched the place to rule out the missing men being inside. But when they stepped inside, there they were, lying on the rotted wood planks with the bodies of Ezekiel's father and brothers. It appeared they'd shot each other dead, but no one could figure out why or how it happened. Martha said the county sheriff got called in, who brought his bloodhounds to the church. The dogs sniffed out the trails of the three dead men, but there was a fourth scent, someone they couldn't identify. The sheriff and his deputies then followed the fourth trail through the woods until it led to an old cave. But the bloodhounds, who were usually bold as brass, wouldn't go near it. Bold as brass. Knowing that like an old forensics team was comprised of a bunch of fucking bloodhounds, I guess that's how it is now too. I wonder if we've developed any technology that's as strong as like a bloodhound's nose. Me when I smell cookies upstairs. Cooking. What's up, Big Mike? How you doing, dude? A molecule detector. Oh, interesting. There's evidence that there's a correlation between older men who have had children and the child have psychological and mental deficiencies. Oh, like as the guy gets older, the child has a potential for some sort of defect. Which, I would make sense, because like as your sperm starts to degrade over a period of time, especially if you've like had not so healthy of a lifestyle or whatever, for sure. It would basically just be like the DNA is not as purty. Looking for popsicles in your freezer. Are these socks for grabs? Yeah, you can have one. I put them on a stick for all my guests. Here you go. You want one of these? This one's a tube sock. But the bloodhounds, who were usually bold as brass, wouldn't go near it. They just whimpered and backed off like they were scared of whoever or whatever was inside. The deputies checked it out anyway, but all they found were some old clothes and animal bones. There was no sign of the fourth person. Yeah. The bloodhounds have like a southern accent. Yeah, there ain't no fourth portion in there, sir. If you slam the sock on the floor, does it shatter? Yeah, but then all my like little children just like scatter in different directions, crawling underneath like the sink. The deputies checked it out anyway, but all they found were some old clothes and animal bones. There was no sign of the fourth portion. Jesus, that's a tough one to say. Fourth pour. The movie The Gate, yeah. Jeremy, do you like more absurd, like weird visual movies? Because I might have mentioned it in a previous stream, but there was this movie on Shudder called Mad God, and it's like a claymation film. Did we talk about that last time? But yeah, Mad God. Did you? I almost feel like you said you watched it. It was pretty weird, but it was really cool because it like reminded me of like the dreams that I have where they're just all over the fucking place. Like you go into one room and like everything. Yeah, it's really out there. I guess it's like the guy who did claymation stuff for like Star Wars and various other projects. I forget what the guy's name is, but I guess he worked on this movie for like 30 years on the side in his garage as like a passion project, and it's pretty. I mean, it makes zero sense, but it's just fun, you know. It's just like get high on fentanyl and just chill. The deputies checked it out anyway, but all they found were some old clothes and animal bones. There was no sign of the fourth person. Jesus, what is up with that? I have to talk to my speech pathologist. Is it as good as the Ewok Adventure? I haven't seen that one, but I heard that was honestly peak Star Wars. There was no sign of the fourth person. I remember how, when she got to that part of the story, Martha stopped talking for a few moments as her gaze wandered off, like she was seeing that cave in her mind's eye. And then she told me what she thought happened, and theory or not, what she said sent a chill through me. When she said she believed her forefathers ran into the devil himself, she was dead serious. She believed this thing of evil tricked them into killing each other by feeding them lies. She thought about it long and hard, and she couldn't think of anything else that properly explained it. Her forefathers were good men, she said, but that's all they were, men. Martha then quoted a Bible verse about how men were vulnerable to the devil's ways, saying how many a victim has he laid low, and all his slain are a mighty throng. I thought it said thong for a second, a mighty thong. All his victims, just the devil wearing like a really tight thong. Many a victim have I laid low. Hitsubasa with the two says Poisson. Poisson. The fourth Poisson. That's my band's name. The best Star Wars material is the Galaxy of Adventures animated shorts. If you even slightly like Star Wars, I recommend watching them on... Martha then quoted a Bible verse about how men were vulnerable to the devil's ways, saying, "Many a victim has he laid low, and all his slain are a mighty throng." I wasn't sure what to think. I asked if there could have been another explanation, or if there was some kind of family feud she didn't know about. She just shook her head and said that she knows the devil walks the earth, looking for people who are weak or angry. Her family was both, she reckoned, grieving exile. Side note, my friend asked me to let their dogs out, and this was only like literally 5 months ago. He got or 6 months ago, I guess almost now, a Saint Bernard puppy who was like already big at like however many weeks old. And dude, I swear to God, this dog is 6 months old, and it is the biggest dog I'd ever seen. It's probably over 100 pounds, but it's just like, I don't even, what's like even the tall, like it might be the size, like as tall as like a Great Dane in like height. Maybe not quite that tall and like full, but you just imagine like how big, like the Irish Wolfhound types are. Like it's full on big, but it's like this is a puppy, so it's kind of just like dopey and dumb and like, but it's so sweet, and he's just such a good boy, and it's just crazy to think that he's like just literally born yesterday. But then at the same time, my buddy's like 5-month-old baby is like fucking 10 pounds and just like barely keep its fucking head up. Long story short, dogs could beat the shit out of babies. Keep that in mind. And when we get into the end times here soon, be ready. Her family was both, she reckoned, grieving Ezekiel and out for blood, according to her, and made them easy pickings. I didn't argue with her. I could see she believed it with all her heart, and honestly, the story was heavy enough without me trying to poke holes in it. 4 guys from one family, all gone in such a brutal way. Devil or no devil, it was pretty messed up. And we stood there by the graves for a while, not saying much of anything, just taking everything in. And then, as the sun started to go down, I thanked her for telling me the story, and she gave me this small, sad smile in response. She said it mattered to keep her memory alive and that they didn't deserve what happened to them. Wait, keep her there. I was like, is she a ghost, bro? Hey, Jaya, thank you. What's up, Hanny? Hanny Banani? Nasty Nate in the build-on. She said it mattered to keep... Okay. You're leaving, babes? See you, dude. She said it mattered to keep their memory alive, that they didn't deserve what happened to them. I nodded in agreement, thanked her for the story, and then said my goodbyes and got back on the trail. I tried to focus my mind elsewhere, trying to figure out how long it'd take before I was back home and preparing dinner. But no matter how much I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about Martha's story, and the more I thought about it, the more woods. David, thank you for the 1, broski. But no matter how much I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about Martha's story, and the more I thought about it, the more the woods didn't quite feel the same anymore. Before, they'd been peaceful, but then it felt like they were hiding something. In the days that followed, I thought about Ezekiel heading into the woods to buy those guns, just trying to keep his family safe in a crazy time. I also thought about his father and brothers, torn up over losing him, and then going after the guy they thought did it. Something went very, very wrong in that church. Something bad enough for them to turn their guns on each other, but how? Was it the salesman? Did he mess with their heads somehow? Or was it something else? Something more in line with what Martha said about them dealing with the devil. That cave part nagged at me too. Who was that 4th person? Was the salesman working alone, or was there someone else involved? And why the hell did those dogs freak out so much? Those old clothes and the animal bones had to be a clue too, but to what? I had no idea. Maybe the rifle salesman was a crook, luring people to rob them, or worse. And then he could have set up Ezekiel's family somehow and got them to fight each other. But that didn't explain the cave or the dogs acting spooked, not to mention Ezekiel's body being all cut up like it was. That made it sound more like the work of some bloodthirsty lunatic than a straight-up robbery. Martha's devil idea was way out there, but I understood why she chose to believe it. Back then, with all the chaos and death, people probably saw the devil. People probably saw deviled eggs everywhere. I want to befriend crows so they bring me trinkets. You could probably figure it out. Honestly, I'm not even joking. If you watch like a bunch of videos on YouTube, you could probably figure it out. What do you make of the new Switch 2? Dude, I didn't even know it was coming out. And then all of a sudden now it's out. And then I was like, oh, what games do they have for it? And it was just like Mario Kart World or whatever it is. Which is cool. Like, it looks fun. Like, that's the typical sort of like, here's the same 8 games we release every fucking like Nintendo cycle. Which is fine. Like, we're all kind of used to that. And sometimes we get some like new gems that reignite energy into the base. But I don't know. I'm a little disappointed. I mean, right now, I'm probably the most disappointed I've been in, like, Nintendo, and what I mean by that is just, like, why now? Like, why, if there's no other really games to release for the Switch 2, why just, like, do this, like, surprise, sudden, abrupt release in the middle of the year, rather than towards, like, Christmas, when you know that your sales would, you know what I mean? I'm just, like, trying to gauge what their, like, sales approach is this time around. Switch 2, my ass. Kirby is so weak and my kids want me to beat all these games. They want to watch you beat them. Metroid Prime is coming. That's true, but I was thinking, like, why not, like, wait till, like, all the games are ready before you release the console? I just seems really odd to expect everyone to, like, only buy Mario. Like, what, you know what I mean? There needs to, I remember back in the day whenever, like, consoles would release and there would be, like, a solid fucking 10 games to choose from. You know what I mean? Like a real, and then the library build up like super fast. Now it just seems like you get like a new game every fucking 2 years. I mean, yeah, the Mario Kart World does look good. It's just, you know, not enough for me to like jizz my pants about it. Switch 2 was released in the summer months so the kids would have the most time to play games. Well, that makes sense too from a, I was just, you know, but it seems like most people, well, who knows, maybe in Japan, they hate Santa Claus, so they shoot him down with, they think he's bringing a nuke or something. I wouldn't mind getting a baby owl. I've got a lot of barred owls around me, huge mofos. That'd be cool. Maybe you could steal one from a nest or something. See how you could handle it. My sister and her fiance picked up a Switch 2, but she's never had console. Nintendo is perfect for casual gamers. That's true, and I guess it plays all the old shit as well, so... yeah. The new Donkey Kong looks good. Yeah, I think it doesn't come out till like July or something. I need to focus on how many games it would take to talk to Xbox. What do you mean, talk to Xbox? Oh, yeah, I don't know. Whenever, like, a good game comes out, let me know, and maybe I'll look into it. But I'll be honest with you, like, I've just been, like, I don't know. I've just been losing interest in, like, gaming lately. At this point, I'm just gonna go to the fucking gas station and play, like, casino fucking slot machine games. I think that's where gaming really peaked, to be honest with you. See ya, PJ. Back then, with all the chaos and death, people probably saw the devil everywhere. He was an easy way to explain the unexplainable. Personally, I wasn't sold on it, but I couldn't shake that idea. And even now I sometimes find myself picturing it in my head. Ezekiel meeting that salesman, the family finding his body, the shootout in the church, and the cave with its secrets. I didn't have answers, and maybe I never would, but that connection to the past, those lives lost in a place I just walked through, it hit me hard, and that was enough to keep me. And that was enough to keep me thinking about it for a long, long time. Pretty B, what are you doing, buddy? My cat is here. Does anyone play Elder Scrolls Online? I would, honestly, if the combat was the same as just like the typical Skyrim games. But I think it's more of a like MMO combat, is it not? $80 for Mario Kart? That is insane. Alright, we're gonna look up how much I keep typing Hauk. How much is, alright, whatever. I just wrote Ishkmeshlar, but somehow it knew. Nintendo Switch is $450 plus 80. $530 for the same game you've played since probably GameCube at this point. I mean, let's be real. Like, are the graphics and like mechanics of the games, even the physics, are the physics and mechanics or any of that shit any fucking different since like GameCube days? And they release like one of it every console generation. I'm not trying to put them down. Like, obviously Nintendo rocks, but it's starting to not rock quite as hard, in my opinion. What's the battery life like? What are some good games on Nintendo? Maybe like Nintendogs, or like Bratz World Tour, or like Barbie's Dream Cream Soda Pop Machine. Have you guys played that? It's got amazing physics. Cheat codes haven't changed. Yeah. Witcher 3 Wild Hunt on Nintendo Switch. Well, right, you know what I mean? Like, but if you think about it, it's like Witcher 3 Wild Hunt on Nintendo Switch. Like, is that literally what Nintendo is forever just going to be known for? Like one generation behind forever, never really doing anything like, you know, like too different or exciting. Which, granted, you know, it's the simplistic nature of it, I think, that keeps people coming back to it. But then you hear about like Pokemon games having a shit ton of like bugs, and you're just like, that's not right. It's like kind of sacrilegious, in my opinion, to like have bugs in a Nintendo game. Now, Helldivers, on the other hand, that's a video game. What was the name of the Barbie Nintendo game again? Bet if they released that, they'd corner the teenage boy market a lot more than Super Mario. I know. I think it was called Dream Cream Stream Emporium 2 Deluxe Edition, Double D Edition. I love Pokemon, but how are they not out of ideas for games yet? I mean, I'm sure they are. I don't know. I was always like waiting for like Pokemon to have like some like major jump in like concept or idea, but man, it has not fucking changed. I sold my PS4 and Xbox One to buy a gaming PC. Best choice ever made. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's like you could build a PC right now with like relatively modern parts, and it's probably going to last you for the next 15 years. Not even. Leisure Suit Larry. Oh my god, I remember playing that on the old Xbox. Now, the original Xbox had some fucking good-ass games. Extreme Beach Volleyball, Dead or Alive, Extreme Beach Volleyball 2, but then James Bond Everything or Nothing. If you've never played James Bond Everything or Nothing, it's like not just the best James Bond game, but it's like also one of the best like Bond storylines, in my opinion. It's got like Willem Dafoe. It's got Jaws. It's got Pierce Brosnan, you know, James Bond. On the Commodore. Oh shit, that's awesome. I have the dirtiest thoughts when I had Dream Cream. Shame. Shame upon thee. Which Bond game is that? So it's called Everything or Nothing, and it was on like the original Xbox, and it was a third-person shooter, but it's just so fun. Like it's a great cover-based third-person shooter, lock on aim, but it's got just all these cool little like Bond moments, and it's so cinematic, and it still like, even to this day, like still like looks good, surprisingly, even though it was probably all the way back in like 2004. I don't even know. Typical Virgo with a 5 says, super chat and say hello to everyone here tonight. Thank you, Typical Virgo. Appreciate you. Okay. Lock in. I grew up in a little place called Shiprock, New Mexico, which is home to the Northern Navajo Nation. Which is home to the Skinwalker. Waiting until the new Resident Evil. Oh my god, I was going to ask you guys. Have you guys seen the ad for the game called Ill? I-L-L? If you get a chance, watch the ad for that, because they had like a concept of it, like concept gameplay footage in the past that was just sort of like, you know, not necessarily like gameplay, but just sort of an animation of what they wanted to go for. But now they've released like actual gameplay trailer for it, and it looks so fucking good. Basically, it has like, it's supposed to be like a very realistic shooter in the sense that like the body parts like demesh and have like very realistic physics to it, and very gruesome. I don't know. Apparently, it's supposed to be like a somewhat like survival style game. But yeah, I don't know. The guy who's kind of leading that is a genius in my opinion, because I just feel like games need new ideas. They need progress, and like so many games just feel like it's been like stagnant for like a freaking decade. Besides like Red Dead 2. The most innovative thing to come from Pokemon, in my opinion, has been Pokemon Go, which is stalled as a constant player, but there's still... I know, and I was like excited about Pokemon Go because I thought it was going to be a turn-based RPG, you know? But just like, you know, outdoors and whatever, and you could... my intuitive nature of the game was like, turn-based RPG, random encounters, oh, there's a person out there that you come across in real life. Do you want to challenge each other? Like, sure, it's probably going to cause, like, some murders IRL, but it would be fun to, like, maybe make a friend. And then... it was none of that. It was just like tap on your screen or some shit. Red Dead 2, the GOAT. It really is such a crime they didn't make the Undead Nightmare 2. Typical day in LA, yeah. Scrabble will never be stagnant, that's true. They just keep coming up with new words. Scrumbalumbers. The new DLC. The DLC is just like another edition of the dictionary. I grew up in a little place called Shiprock, New Mexico, which is home to the Northern Navajo Nation Fair. It rolls around every fall for a couple of days, and like most kids around there, I was taught to have a lot of pride in my people and my culture, especially when it came to the concept of our guardianship over the land. I was born back in 1957, just in time for the hippie movement to sweep the nation around the time of my 10th birthday. The long-haired day trippers over in San Francisco. Day trippers. The long-haired day trippers over in San Francisco had declared it the Summer of Love and talked about peace, love, and harmony with nature. I could get down with the first two parts for sure, but it was the third part that really struck a chord and resonated with that sense of guardianship I too came to feel. I wanted to protect Dinata. Dinner, which is the Navajo word for homeland. Okay. Dinata. Oh, it's not even here. Damn. Let's look it up. How to say Dinata? The kid I knew was the top ranked of live Halo leaderboards back in the day. That's all he did in online poker. Then he was doing those TV shows in Vegas after that. That's funny. I knew a guy from school who was also like a pro esports player, but he also is now a professional poker player. And I wonder if we know the same person. That'd be funny. So Dinato. Wait, like taco without the alta. Dinata. Okay, sweet. I had it. My bad. It refers to a traditional homeland of the Diné people, commonly known as the Navajo, in the Four Corners region of the southwestern United States. The word is from the Navajo language. Sweet. Freaking sweet. Yeah, I do remember when Pokemon Go first came out in 2016, the summer of 2016. That was my summer of love. It was everyone was at peace. Nobody was pissed about, there was some, political division, but I feel like most of the time everybody was just chill. And they saw you tapping on your phone. They're like, yo, Pokemon Go, dude? And you're like, yeah, man. And they're like, sweet, let's give each other STDs. Like, all right, I'll be right there. Meet you at the hole. Meet you at the diner hole. Okay. I wanted to protect Dinata, which is the Navajo word for our homeland, and by the time I got to high school, a lot of my friends were dead set on joining the military as a way of doing just that. It was good money. It invoked the warrior spirit of our ancestors, and if you were defending the USA, then you were helping defend the Navajo too, right? I guess a lot of people thought that way, but me personally, I thought they were crazy. It was 1971 when I started high school, and by then, all the bombs, blood, and body bags I'd seen in the newsreels from Vietnam. Newsreels. Meet you guys at the hole. I just had my car T-boned and there were no poke stops anywhere around me. I had to go to the next town over. Shit, dude. Dude, I almost got into a T-bone accident the other day. It was actually the night before my birthday. So I was at a light and I was making a left at that light. It was real late at night. Well, probably like 10:30 p.m. because I remember it was like before midnight. And then someone was going to be making a right coming the opposite direction, but a right, basically both of us ending up going the same direction once we made our turns. And then I was kind of like leaning into my left-hand turn, and I thought this guy was just going to go. But then for some reason he like, as I was starting to continue into it, he like hesitated and just like stopped during his right-hand turn, even though he had the green. And it caused me to like hesitate because I'm like, oh fuck, I don't know what he's doing. And then another car was like flying up straight through and like could have T-boned me on my right side. But it was weird. You heard them like rev their engine and then like, you know, speed around me, which was kind of cool in the sense that they were just like, fuck you, man. I could kill you if I want, which I'm thankful they didn't. But it's just weird to think. I mean, granted, it was my fault. I should have just chilled in the left lane. But I was just like so in that mode of like I've done this a million times and that person's going to go and I'm going to like just cruise behind them, and then, you know, hesitation, like in war, gets you killed. It was 1971 when I started high school, and by then, all the bombs, blood, and body bags I'd seen in the newsreels from Vietnam meant I had no intention whatsoever of joining up. I might not have been the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I knew that there were no Viet Cong in San Juan County. But what was in San Juan, and had been since before I was born, were a whole bunch of mining companies who didn't always play by the rules when it came to disposing of toxic waste products. I can't put it all on the mining companies. Unregulated grazing and industrial encroachment had also left scars on the land, but the mining companies had a bad reputation for a damn good reason, because the uranium mines they left abandoned had leached poison into our soil and water. They did the most damage. You must never hesitate. It's been a bad day, but coming here always comforts me. Yeah, good to see you. Rafaela. Do you know the Ninja Turtle Raphael? Maybe you could dress up like him for Halloween. And they did the most damage, so to me, it was them that Dinata. Did I say that right? Dinata. Dinata. Raphael's your favorite? Oh, heck yeah. He was awesome with his staff of justice. His staff of justice and intelligence. They did the most damage, so to me, it was them that Dinata needed protecting from most. So instead of choosing a warrior's path, I chose a scholar's. I graduated from the University of New Mexico with a bachelor's degree in environmental science in 1975, but in between study sessions, I was volunteering with the Navajo Nation's environmental programs. Working with those programs was a work experience goldmine. Then after graduation, I heard from a professor that the EPA was hiring in Region 6, which covered my home state of New Mexico. The application process was long and tiresome, but after months of waiting, I got a call back for an interview. I wore my best bolo tie, spoke plainly about why I wanted the job, and while I leaned on my fieldwork and studies, I also made it clear that I knew the land as a Navajo, not just as a scientist. A few weeks later, I was offered a position as an environmental scientist with the EPA's Region 6 office based in New Mexico, and it was a dream come true. I started in early 1979, and while the work was challenging, every sample I took and every report I wrote was a step toward protecting our ancestral lands. I carried the weight of my Terry, welcome back for 37 months. Good eye, old culture. Good eye. Oh, man. It's true. My balls are blue. Terry, how you doing? What's new? Down under. I've had something similar happen. I was a delivery driver and someone had their signal on but went straight instead, almost hit me, and then had the balls to call the restaurant and file a complaint. Yeah, I don't know. I think that was the weirdest part is after that happened, you have to, it's weird. It's like when you almost kind of semi-die, it takes so long to just process it. Because I sat there in where I was going's parking lot and just fuck, dude. Freaking crap, man. And just what did I do? What the fuck did I do? And then you get hit with that sensation fuck, you only get one life. I almost died on not even before my 35th birthday. I could have ended up in a floating brain in a tank. Which is most likely what they would have put me in. Even if I got a mild concussion, they would have taken my brain out. If you like TMNT, you gotta play Shredder's Revenge on whatever system you have. Oh yeah, dude, isn't that back on... Didn't they remake Shredder's Revenge, I thought? The 4-person co-op side-scroller TMNT game. But then after I got whatever I got, I did a big lap. Just to go back through in my head, what, through the light and see what happened. But that time around, I actually did get into a car crash and died. No, I'm just kidding. But, I had to go back through it because you're just trying to process, what the, because I don't, I'm a good driver. I just, don't have problems driving. So, I don't know. But I was trying so hard to, just convince myself that it wasn't my fault. Honestly, it was those kids' fault for getting out of school so early. I carried the weight of my ancestors' teachings, their respect of Mother Earth into... I carried the weight of my ancestors' teaching. I carried the weight of my ancestors' teachings, their respect for Mother Earth, into every meeting and every field assignment. But just 5 months into my job, the land that I'd sworn to protect faced a catastrophe that shook all of us to our cores. In the morning of July 16, 1979, at around 5:30 a.m., a dam at the uranium mills up in Church Rock gave way. The breach unleashed over 1,000 tons. Over 1,000 tons. Was the blue TMNT the mechanical one? The blue one was Leonardo, and he was the leader. So he wasn't I think Donatello, the purple one with the staff, was the smart one who may or may not have worked on gadgets, I think. But yeah, Leo is very just bro-esque or jock-esque. Michelangelo was always kind of cranky and tough. And he had, what are they called? Those like ninja triple like mini swords. I don't even know what they call you. Hold them between your fingers. And then Michelangelo. Well, yeah, Raphael. Wait. Oh, yeah, sorry. Joe, how do you manage to record these stories when you're tired? It's pretty damn impressive. I don't know, dude. I just keep going. I'm like pretty much the Navy SEAL of reading spooky stories. They don't tell you about that branch of the Navy. The spooky branch. I've been through Hell Week every week. It's every Sunday and Wednesday. Mikey was the Joker. Michelangelo? Oh, you're right. Yeah, Michelangelo was orange. Wait, yeah. Michelangelo was orange and he was like funny and kind of immature. And then, yeah, Donatello had the staff. He was purple and he was smart. Leonardo was the leader. He was blue and he had a sword, I think, right? And then Raphael was red and he was cranky and tough. And then Master Splinter. Cowabunga, dude. The breach unleashed over 1,000 tons of radioactive mill tailings. What the hell's that? What the hell? Oh yeah, April. April was great. Was April like... Was she banging them? What was the deal with that? Or was she with the dude on the skateboard with the Jason mask? I can't quite remember. She got pregnant with Turtle. She got pregnant with the Ooze. She had some sort of mutant baby. Casey Jones, that's right. Was Casey Jones even that, like, prevalent? Oh, Shredder. Yeah, Shredder was the bad guy. I do remember hearing that the old comics, like the original comics of TMNT, was, like, by no means family-friendly at all. I heard it was, like, a very violent comic. I never read it, but I heard that. I heard that in a YouTube short. The breach unleashed over 1,000 tons of radioactive mill tailings, which is sandy radium-laced debris from uranium processing, and 94 million gallons of radioactive wastewater in the... Holy shit. And 94 million gallons of radioactive wastewater into the Puerco River, which then flowed downstream by around 80 miles through McKinley and Navajo counties. Okay, let me make sure I'm saying Puerco right. Puerco. Okay. The old comics, they also had only red headbands. The different colors came from the tunes. Interesting. I guess it does make sense to do that just to differentiate. Otherwise, I would have had to pay attention. Oh yeah, speaking of Santa Claus, someone just heard. I was thinking of a funny idea the other day. It's like, here's a business idea. A mall Santa Claus, but it's year-round. Boom. $1 million idea. But then the guy that you hire to be the mall Santa isn't just like your typical pervert. He's like full-on alcoholic piece of shit, just like never shows up for his shifts. Or he sits there and just like harasses people in the middle of, obviously you ain't got any holiday spirit. And someone's like, it's fucking June. It's fucking June, you drunk asshole. Shut up. He starts crying. Wait, was that in Bad Santa? Was he a Christmas? Was he Jolly Saint Nick 24/7 365? Damn. And the Ninja Turtles are a parody of Daredevil comics. Oh, their mentor was Splinter and Daredevil's was Stick. Daredevil fought the Hand Ninjas and they fought the Foot Clan. Interesting. He was just Bad Santa during the season. Okay, cool. We got some leeway here. We got options. Now we just need to cast the right guy. He can't be on Megan's Law, and he can't have like one foot in the grave because of his liver or something. It's giving turtle phobia. Earlier, like my buddy asked his daughter, like what she wanted to eat, and she's like 2.5, and I swear to God, at some point she or like whenever he was like, or like, do you want a banana? And he's like, no. And you wanted that? No. And then she said something. She was like, turtle soup. She's like, all right, turtle soup. And you just like grab a snapping turtle and just like cut its fucking guts open. There you go, sweetheart. Stir it into a bunch of mush and serve it to her with a shell. Did you ever seen the ref with Dennis Leary? Great punch on Santa Claus scene in that underrated movie. No, it's been forever. Man, I do remember Dennis's stand-up comedy where he's like, I'm an asshole, I'm as big as asshole. Tim Dillon from All Santa. Oh my God, that'd be amazing. The breach unleashed over 1,000 tons of radioactive mill tailings, which is sandy, radium-laced debris from uranium processing, and 94 million gallons of radioactive wastewater into the Puerco River, which then flowed downstream by around 80 miles through McKinley and Navajo counties. The spill was even worse than the 3 Mile Island accident which happened earlier that year, but to our shock, we barely made the news. As a Region 6 employee, I was thrown into action almost right away. I joined the teams collecting... That is crazy. Whatever happened... Remember Palestine, Ohio? Or whatever it was with those train wrecks or whatever that dropped a bunch of toxic sludge. And it wasn't like the Ninja Turtle ooze type shit. It was... Yeah, Dennis Leary was like very underrated. And then it was around that time I vaguely recall he ended up getting that show where he was a firefighter. And I never really watched that one, but I was always curious. Yeah, they derailed the trains. Yeah, and then I heard that in the trains that were transporting the toxic goop ended up derailing too. You worked on that show, Jeremy? Holy shit. Rescue me. That's crazy. What did you do on that show? Did you hear about the FBI director Soderbergh Rogan when he was a recent guest? Yeah, it seemed like he was really just trying to avoid saying fucking anything. You know what I mean? I don't know. The whole Epstein shit just is so inconsistent and makes no Cork Sorkin sense. Was at FX at the time, was an assistant on production team. That's awesome. Damn, dude. I'd love to just hear all, you know what I mean? Hear the entire story of just life in Hollywood and all that kind of stuff. That sounds amazing. Last time I went fishing, you would have thought a snake was sizing me up from the edge of the water. Dude, snakes are spooky. Maybe it was just poop floating in the water. But yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? The whole thing to me just, so much of it just feels so inauthentic, you know what I mean? As far as the Epstein stuff goes, I just feel like all of it just feels like superficial obfuscation of reality. It's clear that we're never going to get the truth pertaining to that or any of the clientele from that list. For some reason they kept talking about Epstein killing himself. It's no, who gives a shit if he killed himself or not? What matters is the fact that there's like a huge clientele of like incredibly wealthy individuals who may or may not be blackmailed by multiple intelligence agencies that are collaborating between like two nations serving what master, I have no fucking clue. And that's the big question, is like, what external foreign entity has a lot of sway over a lot of powerful people? You know what I mean? And it's just like everyone, he didn't kill himself. I don't know. And then you don't even hear anything about the Ghislaine Maxwell situation at all. We have to chat. I talked to your friend Sam the other day. I'll email you. Sorry, I've been meaning to. Look forward to talking. Yeah, that'd be great, Jeremy. I would love that. You know, feel free to. This is why Hollywood hates Sound of Freedom. It's too close to home. That movie, yeah, I saw that. That was... It was sad, man. Just so fucking... That's what's so sad, is just like to think like how much child trafficking just like casually occurs like almost every second of every day. Like how the... Like what a insane sense of hopeless pain one must feel, and we just kind of ignore it. Yeah, thank you, Jeremy. Well, yeah, hopefully talk soon here, and I'm always available, so no worries. Well, they serve themselves blackmail as power. That's true. Yeah, well, the question is just like to what extent, right? Because I mean, if like, because then at that point, if like people have been blackmailed, say for multiple decades at this point, you have to wonder if like the whole fucking system as a whole, or like the whole narrative of what we see of like left versus right, is just like some sort of contrived nonsense, you know? And I know I always say that all the time, but I just cannot imagine if these individuals have blackmail on like everyone on all spectrums of political power and, you know, finance and business and all that kind of stuff. And who knows, maybe the fact that they are blackmailed is just like their way into a club, right? It's like going, you know, it's like you go somewhere and they're like, well, you can play racquetball here with us, but we need to get a video of you, you know, eating a baby's face off or whatever. Yeah. They're like, all right, I just really like racquetball. I'll do whatever you want. I just snorted a line of cocaine. I'll fucking chomp that baby's face off. Do you think the whole adrenochrome thing is real? I don't fucking know, dude. Who knows, man? Who knows, man? Who knows? In which case, if it was true, I mean, what is adrenochrome? It would just be like basically drinking adrenaline blood. Like if you were to like fill someone with like a ton of fear, right? And then you killed them, right? And then you drank the blood really quick. Assumedly, this is all hypothetical. Not that I've done this or anything. But then you would, you know, like the blood would be filled with so much like adrenaline concentrate that it would be better than fucking like 6 Red Bulls. Obama. What's up, Sam Pie? Amish seem to be thriving, making money. There you go. That's a possible future. Your mom hates electricity. She's momish. Alright. Sorry. I didn't mean to get sidetracked there. It's just, I feel like we live in a much, like... Who knows? Maybe it's so complicated that we can't even comprehend it. Or maybe it's like so simplistic it's just like right there in your face. I joined the teams collecting water and soil samples, and we quickly determined radiation levels in the Puerco River. Babes, Mariba, damn right, with the 5 gifters. To Laura B, Dimitri 47, Campbell, Daphne Random Stuff, and Supernova, and Ike White. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus contento. We live in a society. You want to know how I got in this society? I got a credit card with 3% APR. I get points back to go places. The people we think are the leaders are the biggest pawns, in my opinion. I don't think we'll ever see the man behind the curtain unless it's me. I've got blackmail on people. I give people, we use a different currency around here. We use my cat's litter box shit. It's worth quite a lot. But he's making a lot of it too, so it starts to lose its value every time he takes a dump. I joined the teams collecting water and soil samples, and we quickly determined radiation levels in the Puerco River were over 7,000 times the level we'd considered dangerous. We put signs up warning people to avoid the river. Many Navajo families either didn't get the news or had no other choice. Goat herders, for example, were some of the worst affected. Their livestock drank from the river and later died loiter. Your Joker sounds like borderline Marge Simpson. Oh my god, can you imagine Joker, Marge Simpson?
Homie, wanna know how I made you this casserole? Homer, homie. Oh, Bart.
Ow, Peter. Okay. Their livestock drank from the river and later died or gave birth to deformed or inviable offspring. Then, to make matters worse, the governor refused to declare a federal disaster area, which left many Navajo communities without aid they urgently needed. Noided.
Over 9,000.
The horse is here. Then, to make matters worse, the governor refused to declare a federal disaster area, which left many Navajo communities without aid they urgently required. I knew I was needed at Church Rock, and I knew I could do some good there. So within 24 hours of returning from the testing teams, I was pushing for a transfer. I pressed my supervisors, arguing that my experience with the Navajo Nation's environmental programs made me ideal for the task. And then, in September of '79, my persistence paid off. The EPA approved my reassignment to a long-term monitoring project focused on the Church Rock area, specifically targeting the spread of radioactive contamination beyond the river into surrounding ecosystems. The assignment wouldn't be a glamorous one. There'd be long hours, limited funding, and the obvious dangers of trudging around a potentially radioactive forest all day. But it also meant an opportunity to serve Dinata. We must serve Dinata. How do you say this again? Dinata. Okay, sorry. The Great Old One. There are times I feel bad for everyone who doesn't hang out in this live stream, don't know what they miss, and truly they don't. Where could they be right now? They're probably out smoking marijuana with their quote-unquote friends. If you had to choose, bro, Rottweiler or Pitbull, probably a Rottweiler. I mean, maybe if it's a Pitbull puppy, but there's just a part of me that sometimes is a little apprehensive towards Pitbulls, though I understand. It's all about the owner, not the dog. But, you know, it's like those Pitbulls were specifically made to fuck shit up, you know what I mean? Yeah, the American Staffordshire Terrier. And, you know, the second they get a hold of you, they get a hold of your upper lip and most of your nose, they're probably not letting go until they rip that shit off. And I just, I don't know, man. I don't want to deal with that. I like my nose and my upper lip. It's my favorite parts. Queef Sweat, thank you for the 5, says, This one's for all the pepperoni nips in the chat. You know who you are. That's true. We see you. We see you guys posting on Twitter, on pepperoni nip subreddit. There are still reservations without clean and viable water sources today. Oh man, is it in that area? But it also meant an opportunity to serve dineta. But it also meant an opportunity to serve dineta directly, so without a moment's hesitation, I took it. And from the fall of 79 to the winter of 81, I was based out of McGaffey, a small town in the Zuni. Saucon with the 10. Salami nips, baby. Let's go. Pep nips, salami nips. Someone's gonna have rigatoni nipples. Saucon, have you gone to Saucon itself? The event? McGaffey, a small town in the Zuni. I'm thinking Zuni. I don't know how to say this real quick. Zuni. Okay, we'll just go with that. Some chowder nippies. Mr. LeftRight, did you get through the Russian accent story? I did, dude. It's out. You got a green name, so you should go check it out. It's over an hour long, and it honestly does sound good. I'm always at Saucon. Oh, okay, nice. What's Saucon, though? From the fall of 79 to the winter of 81, I was based out of McGaffey, a small town in the Zuni Mountains about 20 miles south of Church Rock. My work revolved around weekly trips into the wooded area south of the spill where its toxic plume had spread through runoff and wind. There, I'd test trees and soil for radioactive contamination, which posed long-term risks to plants, animals, and people. Every Monday, I'd load up my truck in McGaffey with sampling equipment, Geiger counters, soil corers. Suck on these nuts! Yeah! God, that was good. Kendra Vixie, thank you for the 2 New Zealand. Shout out to Tater Tot Nips. Yeah. Just like really big, but then you deep fry them real quick. Give me your tots. Give me your tots. Crystal Herndon, welcome to the Butterstock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. It's giving Super Saiyan. Every Monday, I'd load up my truck in McGaffey with sampling equipment, Geiger counter, soil corers, and containers for plant samples, then make the 20-mile drive to Church Rock past warning signs faded by the sun and dry washes still stained with a dirt yellow sediment. In the woods, I followed a grid system mapped out by my EPA colleagues, spending hours taking tree clippings and collecting soil samples to check for radioactive particles. And the results horrified me. The radiation levels in some of my soil samples were over 100 times higher than normal, and certain trees showed elevated radioactivity in their bark and needles. I documented everything, knowing the data I collected could make all the difference when it came to getting the cleanup right. How do I get my voice as soothing as yours? I think you could, honestly. Like, this is my talking voice, right? This is my talking voice. Hello? Hello, I am LeftRight. I am a fucking dweeb. But then I get a little deeper, and things get spooky. So, you know, just sit in front of your mirror and just do it till you get it. NBA Arnum 81. Oh, N Barnum Nabarnum 81. Welcome to the Butterstock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. You found me through Lazy Masquerade's channel. Nice, dude. We are expanding like a virus. I documented everything, knowing the data I collected could make all the difference when it came to getting the cleanup right. It hurt knowing that I wasn't in a position to outright prevent things like that from happening in the first place, but helping drive the cleanup made me feel like I was really making a difference. I don't regret all the time that I spent helping out. I wouldn't change a thing. But let's just say that I had one or two encounters that made me think that there might be scarier things than radiation out in those woods. You see, in the fall of 1980, about a year into my weekly trips into the woods south of Church Rock, I had an encounter that seriously rattled me, not just as a scientist, but as a Navajo with ties to the land. I was out there working a grid near a dry wash about a mile south of the spill site, when suddenly I saw it. A small, mutated yearling deer that stopped me in my tracks. I just stood up after coring. Oxy Moxie, what's up, baby? How's it going? Soil samples and socks. Yeah, we read 6 pages about radioactive material, and it's weird to think that that is genuinely terrifying, but I feel like people would still say it's boring to read about. I usually put the Read Man on the background, gotta have a good voice playing. Hell yeah, man. In between playing, I had got one screen's got Wetsuite in the middle I got Minecraft, and on the right I got Roblox, and I'm just freaking going to town. I just stood up to... Fuck. Am I spying on you? Yeah. I'm watching everything through a screen. Super AI. Oh, you like the story? Okay, good. Oh, you know, I might start with this story. Google says 49% of tribal homes don't have access to reliable drinking water sources, clean drinking water, or basic sanitation. It's crazy. LeftRight just become a member, and boy, am I disappointed. 38 videos, 11 are just instrumentals. So far, I've already heard 5 of these on the channel. What the fuck? What purpose is the membership? Well, you know, I guess for a while, 5 of those wouldn't be on the channel. It's just like they eventually make it there. So maybe you can just think that you're just supporting an old friend, perhaps. You're playing Night Rain. Oh, nice. How is that? I just stood up after coring a soil sample, my Geiger counter softly ticking away, when I heard a rustle. I looked up, expecting a rabbit or maybe a coyote, but instead there was a yearling, no taller than my waist, standing around 20 feet away in a rough clearing. It wasn't... Call me Joelvid. Joelvid 19... Joelvid 35. Rachel Renecki, welcome back for 14 months to my bullshit crap bonus content for poop, made out of poop and shit. If you like Souls games, I suppose it's pretty fun. Yeah, I don't like Souls games at all, honestly. Yeah, and you get stickers. Don't you think some internet emojis are worth monthly support? It wasn't aggressive. It just oh, wait. I think I missed something. Joel is my dad. That's why I support him. I'm from the future. See? If Justin didn't support me, I would have never had the money to, like, rizz up his mom. and make a hot actor son. I looked up, expecting a rabbit or maybe a coyote, but instead, there it was, no taller than my waist, standing around 20 feet away in a rough clearing. It wasn't aggressive. It just stared at me with one cloudy eye. The other was missing, and there was just a sunken socket in its place, while its head was lopsided from a bulging tumor that pushed its skull out of shape. Its legs were all wrong, with the front right so bent. The front right. Do you even offer $5 rotisserie chickens with your membership? It's supposed to get to your house. Like, everyone here should have a rotisserie chicken sitting in their mailbox soon. I promise. What's up, you? Who's president in the future? I think it's Biden again. He runs again, and this time he's kind of like he's a goop. He's like a big pile of goop in a jar. But like, he says a lot of like racist jokes, and like everybody's kind of just cool with it at this point.
What did the turkey say to the mother? Fried chicken.
Its legs were all wrong, with the front right so bent that it hobbled even while standing still, and its fur was patchy too, with bald spots showing scabby, discolored skin and a stunted tail that was barely a nub. It didn't move toward me or flee. It just stood there with its breathing very shallow, like it was too weak to do much of anything else. And my first thought was radiation. Chronic exposure causing mutations, especially in younger animals developing in contaminated areas. This deer's deformities, its cranial asymmetry, missing eye, and limb malformation were almost an exact match with the kinds of things folks saw at Chernobyl in the years that followed. The Puerco River was still an irradiated mess, and the deer either drank from it, grazed on contaminated plants, or its mother drank from it while pregnant and passed the poison on. I noted the location in my field book and made a note of that deer's deformities. It made for quite the frightening sight, but
I was trying to get him here. I'm also hoping he'd see that,
easy peasy. Alex J, welcome back for 39 months. Says, hey Joel, happy 39th. Thank you. It's coming. Actually, you're not going to believe this. It's literally a carton of Baja Blast with a brain in it. That's our president. No one knows who the brain belongs to, yeah. All they know is that they're pissed at it. That fucking brain in the jar, what a piece of shit. I don't even know what he's doing, but I'm fucking mad at him. I actually kind of like him.
What did you say? What did you say, you fucking piece of shit?
What time is it? It is 12:49 a.m. It made for a very terrifying sight, but as a Navajo, the sight hit deeper. Our ancestors teach us to live in harmony with animals, almost like their family. So seeing this fawn all twisted up and suffering like that, it felt like a violation of that harmony. I checked my Geiger counter and it spiked slightly, about 0.2 millirem per hour higher than the surrounding area. This suggested the young deer might have been exposed to contaminated sediment. I didn't approach it, partly to avoid scaring it and partly because I didn't want to risk contamination. It watched me for maybe a minute and then limped off into the trees. I didn't follow. Instead, I marked the spot for follow-up sampling, knowing that I need to report the encounter to my EPA team as soon as possible. We'd seen sick livestock. A lot of Navajo herders had lost sheep with similar deformities, but that was my first direct encounter with a wild animal so clearly affected by the spill, and I'm not ashamed to say that it left me very, very shaken. I drove back to McGaffey that evening with a heavy heart. My data would go into a report, and I could no doubt use it to push for more cleanup, but the feeling that poor animal gave me was something that I couldn't put into words. Sometime after, in the summer of 1981, I was still heading out on my weekly monitoring trips when a wildfire broke out in the woods south of Church Rock. One of my coworkers, a fellow scientist named Tom, got caught in the fire's path, and what he claimed to have seen while escaping left me wrestling with both my scientific skepticism and my Navajo roots. It had been an unusually hot and dry July, and the woods were a tinderbox after weeks without rain. Kaylin Rodriguez, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Do I have company with me tonight? Pradeep is not there. I don't know where my cat is. Probably off killing something. He usually responds to that exact whistle. Home Goods Dining Ware has a bunch of radiation in it. Interesting. Yeah, Pradeep is a trained assassin. He trained himself. Just born that way, born to kill. He's got like a Vietnam helmet on with that exact saying on it. See all the bullshit going on in LA? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I was a little bit worried about that being like prior to the election. I was like, I feel like at some point we're gonna just like see major, protests and social unrest on like a scale I feel like larger than like the BLM stuff, but like all related to ICE raids and oppositional like immigrant sort of population or like illegal immigrant population in opposition, well, in conjunction with other individuals in like protests against ICE. And for some reason I just anticipate some degree of social unrest that's like probably bigger than you might expect inside, kind of out of nowhere. You don't have someone there, then who's the voice I'm hearing with yours? I don't know. You're a smart lad, Joe. Surely you think ICE is a fucking joke? I don't know, man. Not really sure what you mean by that. Or how about the Home Goods having radium in their products? Pradeep's cruising downtown in the Pope Mobile, probably leading his people. It had been an unusually hot and dry July, and the woods were a tinderbox after weeks without rain. Tom had gone out early to collect water samples from a wash near our monitoring grid, about 2 miles south of the spill site. I was in McGaffey testing samples when we got word of smoke rising from the trees, and by morning, reports were coming in of a fast-spreading fire that wind was pushing southwest, directly toward our monitoring area. I was in the office, coordinating with our team, when we lost contact with Tom. The fire was moving too quickly for us to send a truck, and the Forest Service was already stretched thin. We just had to sit tight and pray that he'd be okay. Well, our prayers were answered. You heard a man in the background multiple times? Okay, I'll be honest with you. I'm not even joking. When I was editing that fucking Russian story, they're like, okay, in between my I would say like a thing, and there was a clear, not even joking, there was like a clear pause, like my voice was doing a pause, but then like a sudden like voice like came into the recording, and then me picking back up, right? And I don't know, like I only picked it up once because I was listening to that specific one, because I edit pretty quick sometimes. But it was, I don't know, it was very, very weird. If you don't, I'm pulling out my earbuds and going to sleep. I mean, I don't know what to say. Call Zach Baggins. Call Bilbo Baggins first. The Ring. Cue the girl from the wild. Dude, I'll be honest with you. Wait, Jeremy, what's your favorite horror movie? Like, actually. Because, I mean, I love The Shining, right? Oh. Okay, that was fast. For some reason, that response was, like, way faster than normal. Nice. It Follows. That is a good one. It's supposed to be about, like, herpes or something, right? Or AIDS. Sorry. Hell House LLC. Oh, that's not your favorite. Oh, okay. Yeah, the Ring. The Ring fucked me up. I don't know why. The Ring is one of those ones I don't like. I could watch it again. I wouldn't even fucking cry once, but something about it really stuck with me when I was young. Ghost. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, imagine like when you watch like a horror movie like so scary, you're like, I fucking did not like that. I don't want to see that ever again. The Shining for classic horror, Hell House LLC for found footage, Conjuring for modern horror. Yeah, I remember one of those scenes from The Conjuring where like she's doing her laundry and then the sheet falls off from the wind and then like takes on the shape of like a human body, you know, with someone not in front of her, and then, you know, dematerializes, and then the sheet flies up to the window, implying that there's somebody up in the fucking window. That was quite iconic. And then in The Conjuring 2, when she's like, who's that down the hall? And then they look down and you see like the nun standing ominously at the end of the hallway. That's made me hate like long hallways just in general when it's like dark and stuff, because I don't know, there's something so spookadookalooky in regards to like distant, ominous things, you know, just standing in the distance, no jump scares, not even really like weird, creepy music, maybe a little bit, but it's just standing there in the distance and it's just watching you, and it's, you know, it's a foreshadowing of what's gonna go up your butt soon. Scariest horror movie ever was Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but more recently when I was watching Hereditary and the head scene happened, holy shit, had to pause. I know, right? That one like made me like, holy fuck. Yeah, that was, Hereditary is great. And yeah, Texas Chainsaw Massacre back in the day, like the original one, when that like guy, you know, he hits him over the head with, I guess, a sledgehammer. That'd be my porn star name, Sludgehammer. Yeah. Like especially the fact that he starts like convulsing and stuff, like things dying by convulsing, like there's some sort of like pig being butchered, is just that is a terrifying death scene. The Conjuring was a no from me. I go to the dog yelping, and I've never watched it since. I can only watch 5 minutes at a time and made it 15 never again. It's fudged. Yeah, the dinner table scene. Grandpa trying to hit the girl with the hammer, convulsing. Yeah, that's why. Yeah. Oh, man. I don't know. They need more of that, honestly. They need more, like, movies with just, like, realistic expressions of death, you know? As gross as that might sound in a sort of sadistic sense, I just think, like, that's the stuff. There's something primal that people recognize things dying in a realistic way compared to how Hollywood usually represents The Rock. Can you do something about that? Body twitches. Oh, Connery, what? You mean to kill him again? Yeah. Or like in, what the hell is that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio and, Jesus. Remember dude, my memory sucks so much, wieners, but he shoots the guy and he's like, she fell funny. You guys remember that movie? Not Shutter Island, but there was one where it was like a detective movie with a bunch of like all-star cast, The Departed, yeah. Yeah. And it was funny because, like, yeah, Nicholson, sorry, Jesus. Nicholson said he just kind of came up with that on the spot, where he's like, that would sound like he's done it so many times, and just like that he's observed people like fall after executing them, and, you know, to say that, she fell funny is like sort of really fucked. Matt Damon tells us, oh, was that hit? Yeah, that's great. Man, that was a fucking all-star cast. I don't even know if you're ever gonna get like a movie like that again. Like, I don't know. Yeah, are there any movies you're like really excited for coming out? Well, our prayers were answered, and by late afternoon, firefighters found Tom staggering out of the woods near Red Rock. He was barely conscious, black with soot and coughing violently from the severe smoke inhalation, but he was alive. Firefighters rushed him to Gallup Indian Medical Center, where he was treated for burns and respiratory damage. When I visited him the next day, I was relieved to see him alive, but I was incredibly shaken by how close we'd come to losing him. About a week later, when Tom was stable, he gave a statement to the firefighters, and as an EPA official, I got my hands on a copy of their report. It detailed Tom's escape, and as harrowing as it all was, one part stopped me dead cold. Tom said that he'd been collecting samples when he noticed the burning smell, and assumed it was some campers that had strayed too far into the 28, dude. Okay, the trailer for 28 Years Later looks so sick. So sick, and I really do hope that I hope it's good. I genuinely do. Just because the trailer, I don't know if you ever listened, has anyone here ever listened to the musical artist Boards of Canada? There's a musical artist, Boards, jeez, I can't see my keyboard. Boards of Canada. And their one album, Giogati. There's, write this down and listen to it if you ever get a chance. Boards of Canada, it's all just like experimental, stuff. And, but their one album, Giogati, is like a very, very dark album. And some of the music like from that reminded me of the music and the stylings that they used in the 28 Years Later trailer. And I truly hope that they are able to like represent, because I know sometimes trailers can kind of be misrepresentative of what the material actually is in the movie, but I do hope that just that level of like severe darkness is present in that movie. Like, I don't want to like get through it, have a cool scene, and then like have towards the end it just kind of like lose the plot, you know what I mean? I don't know. We shall see. The movie Weapons is going to be great. It's by the Barbarian director. He is in Whitest Kid You Know. Oh, interesting. I feel like horror movie, like horror film, horror movies, horror shows, just horror in general. Horror is one of the best ones to kind of like break into, I feel like, for a lot of people. Just because it doesn't demand like some all-star cast. It doesn't demand like the highest budget. It simply demands fear, And I think that's relatively simple to elicit. Yeah, and it definitely is best low budget, The Blair Witch Project. The Blair Witch Project. Horror will always be around because it creates a reaction we love. Yeah, it's true. I think, in the same way that we kind of are addicted to like being angry on social media and all that kind of stuff. Like it simulates something deep within inside of us that we just desire. Like deep down, humans desire conflict and we desire fear. As weird as that sounds, it gives us purpose, because after you're done with your conflict, after you're done with your fear, you feel a sort of cathartic sense of release and freedom from it. And I think we were just like so, I don't know, it's almost like we as humans are evolutionarily Stockholm syndromed by existence in a weird way, where we're just kind of like held captive to suffering. And in a strange, abstract sense, we love it. We love suffering. As much as we try to fight against it, it's a part of us. That's why religion really took off when sermons featured the devil. The devil TM, trademark. Yeah, I wonder when that was, objectively. The implementation of the Christian devil within. So, I mean, I assume it's relatively new then. It's like in The Matrix, Agent Smith explains we made the original perfect. Yeah, and humans wouldn't accept it, exactly. I love when... dude, Hugo Weaving, man. Hugo Weaving is like amazing. He's definitely one of my favorite actors of all crime. He's just... everything he's in, man. He just... and I love those actors. I love those actors who just like make you forget that who they are in their role. You know, you don't see Hugo Weaving, like he might have done talk shows and shit like that, but I just love those men who are just like have so much respect for themselves that they don't make themselves available, if that makes sense. Like they have so much respect for how good they are, for the craft, for the public appearance of the company, that they're just like, fuck interacting with the public. I don't need to tell people about fucking climate change or whatever the fuck. Like I can just come here, do a fantastic job at what I set out to do, convince you that I'm some fucking buddy else, and help you detach from reality for a little while and be on your way. Yeah, let it speak for itself, exactly. It's a beautiful thing, Daniel Day-Lewis, exactly. Hills Have Eyes was legit scary. Oh yeah, that shit is terrifying. I bet Hugo Weaving doesn't even make good baskets. Yeah, I know, right? He's more of an underwater basket weaving kind of guy. That was his major in college. He comes from a long line. Tom said he'd been collecting samples when he noticed the burning smell, and assuming it was some campers that had strayed too far into the exclusion zone, he started walking towards the flame. Then by the time he realized it was a forest fire, the flame was already visible through the trees and the smoke was thickening fast. With the fire closing in, he dropped his gear and just ran. But as he fled, he claimed that he saw something impossible. A huge sphere of flame. Sphere. Sphere is kind of a cool word. Sphere. Sphere is one of those words like, as you say it, sphere. It's like shooting it out of your mouth like creates a sphere in front of you, out of your like voice, out of your vocal vibrations. Sphere. Wait, Jeremy, did I ask you if you've seen the movie The Cube? The one where they have to like solve a bunch of puzzles and stuff to like, well, not necessarily solve puzzles, but it's like a shifting Rubik's Cube of like rooms and shit. Yeah, there was something about the cube, like, I don't know. It's so perfectly simplistic in its nature, and just like the underlying story behind it. This sort of like government project that's like shifted hands so many times that it sort of just like perpetuates itself, and nobody really knows who's in charge of the project at the way top or anything like that, but it just keeps getting like created, and like subcontractors working on parts that get created by an engineer and then they get fired, and you know what I mean? It's just like until eventually you get a fucking death machine under the ground that's miles long and has like no real reason other than it can exist. Great mythology, low budget. They made like 4 films, I think. The last sort original was Yeah, I think after that was the Cube, and then maybe Cube 2 or Hypercube. I think I watched all 3 of them in like a weekend. That is a perfect example. Yeah, that would be kind of funny to find out that like there's like a shit ton of like Epsteins. You know what I mean? Just like a ton of like various like individuals who are just like gifted certain amounts of money to accomplish certain tasks, and then they just, but it's all coming from like intelligence agencies, but they just like forget about them. They're like, oh fuck, we had this Epstein over here in New York, but we got an Epstein over there in fucking Cuba, and then we got an Epstein, it's just like so many people to keep track of that you eventually just are like sending them money, but you forget that you are doing it, and then your leadership shifts, and then they just have like no oversight at all. And then they end up just creating like an island of Dr. Monroe. I'm not saying it's funny. I'm just saying it would be a dark irony, so to speak. Cube is like the modern day dataless myth, trapped in an inescapable labyrinth that kills you. Yeah. I wonder if they ever had one of the Cube movies where they actually had like a monster in there chasing them. I remember my friend and I watched Puppet Master later that night. When I spent the night, his older brother had one of those dolls and made it walk with the coat hanger in our room. Scared the fuck. God, yeah. I had a bad relationship with little dolls when I was younger. Cubezilla. Yeah, everybody remembers Cubezilla. A huge sphere of flame, about 6 feet around, floating slowly through the woods, maybe 10 to 15 feet off the ground. He said it moves... I know, the smaller creatures. I've said it before, but, Annabelle versus Chucky. Honestly, I feel like Chucky would find just his dark sense of reality. Honestly, what if they... That would actually be a great back and forth. Annabelle maybe always besting him in some way till he falls in love with her. He's like, you dumb bitch, you get me. But I could see Annabelle being like the silent, scary type. Like, whoa, 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 I didn't mean it. My sister had a child-sized porcelain doll growing up. My dad would put that in the top of the stairs to scare me. Yeah, God. It's funny to think, like, all of these dolls are, like... Have you ever seen, like, the old Disney renditions or, like, outfits of, like, Mick Mouse and gang? And they always look so terrifying, but you always kind of, like, wonder. You're like, back in, like, 1920, was anybody remotely freaked out by these things? I guess for them, they were just happy to have some type of entertainment. They didn't care if it was haunted or not. Yeah, the Raggedy Ann dolls. He said it moved steadily, not flickering like regular flames, but burning up tree trunks as it moved through them. And although he admitted the smoke and the panic made everything a little blurry, he swore it wasn't any kind of hallucination, and that he knew. He swore it wasn't any kind of hallucination, and that he knew what he'd seen. The firefighter's report noted that Tom's account of the sphere was likely a stress-induced misperception of either a large burning branch or debris caught in an updraft. They'd seen no evidence of anything unusual in the burn patterns, just a typical fast-moving wildfire that scorched around 100 acres before containment. But while reading the report in my McGaffey office, Old McGaffey. Kind of reminds me of like a sphere that's just like a flame sphere moving through the forest. What does that remind me of? Kind of like that game Atomic Heart, or like a secure, contain, protect type concept, or what are those fucking, like Metro 2033? Have you seen the Smile movies? I have. I saw both of them. And believe it or not, I actually thought the second one was better than the first, so that was kind of cool. I think you're talking about John Wayne Gacy. Oh yeah, who did dress up like a clown? Ed Gein or John Wayne Gacy? Ed Gein inspired Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Silence of the Lambs. John Wayne Gacy. Oh yeah. Remember, like, John Wayne Gacy, like, wouldn't he, like, sit on people? He'd just, like, sit on these young boys till they suffocated or some shit. Fuck, man. Really strange to think that I don't know, at any moment, like, that was the kind of experience, like, just, like, briefly, that was, like, the experience where you get in that almost car crash and you just, like, you get hit with that sense of mortality and you realize you're, like, you can't even imagine what it would be like for somebody who actually goes through a traumatic life experience where they almost die, such as a John Wayne Gacy sort of thing, where you're just like, there are devils in this world that just would like to remind you that, you know, your mortality is quite a limiting factor. I don't know. It's just strange. I'm going through heartbreak at the moment and majorly sucks and I have no idea how to deal with it. Let's see. Could jerk off. No, don't do that. Could go to the gym. Don't cope with don't eat any food or anything like that are too crazy. I mean, eating something is fine. Hanging out with friends is good, though. You need distractions. Hanging out with friends and talking with them about stuff. Hey, that's us. We can help you. Why they call it an oven when you all in the cold food and of out hot eat the food? Good question. But while reading the report in my office, I wasn't so quick to dismiss it. As a Navajo, I'd grown up hearing from elders about strange lights in the woods, small orbs of flame, sometimes called witch lights, that are signs of restless spirits. My grandmother once told me of glowing balls of flame seen at I've eaten way too much today, I'm so bloated. Yeah, maybe like a nice walk. Do you have headphones? You can stay in the chat, but just go on a nice walk to help you digest. Also, you could do 10 air squats right now. Supposedly, if you do 10 air squats every hour while you're awake, it's actually better at regulating your blood sugar than a 30-minute walk is, which is kind of interesting. What scene scared me bad in those films? Which films was it? Sorry, I forgot. Wait, did people actually hear a guy behind me? Like, honest question. That person was, like, pretty intent on the fact that they heard a person behind me, and I didn't know if anybody else heard a gentleman of sorts. Maybe it was Pradeep's real voice. There's one activity that helps burn calories. Which one? Is this also streamed on Twitch? I did do Twitch, but I think me multicasting on two places was creating a less than reliable internet connection or whatever over here on YouTube, so I just freaking stopped streaming on Twitch because I just don't care about Twitch that much, and it wasn't really growing or anything. You heard nothing? Okay, perfect. You must be working with the ghost. Best way to deal with heartbreak: accept that it fucking sucks, allow yourself to feel the pain, talk to people about it, get mad if you need to, accept that it will pass, and focus on loving yourself. Boom, there you go. And hit the gym. Hit the gym. No books. Books are for nerds. My grandmother once told me of glowing balls of flames seen at night near sacred sites, and that they were sometimes tied to imbalances in the land. The woods south of Church Rock was now tainted by radioactive waste, and part of me wondered if Tom's sphere was a manifestation of that unrest. But the scientist in me pushed back hard. I'd studied fire behavior in my environmental science courses. Wildfires can create optical illusions like burning gases or superheated air distorting light. On top of that, Tom's smoke inhalation, in combination with carbon monoxide levels high enough to cause confusion, could have easily warped his perception. I checked the fire's burn data and read samples from the area showing no bunch of freaking nerd talk, bro. That's what I'm saying. This guy could have fought the fire with his muscles if he would have got his squat up to 225. Why was goat cheese burning your mouth? Maybe your pH levels are all off, brother. The funny thing is about breakup, so just go out and find a new one like the next day. That true with the girl types more than men, or the bar types that go out with that seems like everybody. What? But Joel, you read for a living. Do I? You guys don't actually. Maybe I do this for free. Maybe all your donations just like get back charged right to your credit card, and I actually make money off of my fitness page. Smile 1 and 2, what scene scared you bad in those? Oh. Smile 1, smile 2. Damn. Fuck, it's like I have like the memory of the movie in my mind, but I feel like none of it was like overtly jumping out to me as like the spookiest parts. Do you know why Dr. Pepper comes in bottles? What the hell is the doctor coming in a bottle for? Do you read the emails exactly I sent, or you rewrite it somewhere interesting to narrate? I guess I have it edited for like grammar, but usually keep it as is. What would you do if when you okay so he said yes would go? Guys, you gotta stop typing like you're having a stroke. I can't even fucking stand it. Got pissed I got McDonald's for dinner and they gave me the wrong order, and when I returned after coming home they threw the food away and remade mine. I hate waste. Yeah, but that's America, baby. That's the whole point. Consume it. Eat it. You should have ate it and then complained. That would have been a true American way. 4 years, first time seeing this live, being a fan person, real person, not a bot. This is awesome. Thank you. I guess that's true. People do appreciate non-AI bullshit. I checked the fire's burn data and read samples from the area showing no unusual chemical residues, just the standard combustion markers you see in any regular forest fire. Radiation levels in the soil, already elevated from the spill, hadn't spiked any further. In fact, the firefighters said they thought it was a freak lightning strike that started the blaze, and that there was no physical evidence of anything like a floating sphere of flame. But I still couldn't shake that sense of unease. I drove out to the burn site the following week and walked the charred section of the forest where Tom had been. The woods were this mess of ash and charred up tree trunks. The woods were this mix of ash and charred tree trunks, and my Geiger counter clicked at an... It's extremely elaborate, futuristic robot, and we will never know. You'll find out soon enough. You'll find out soon enough. Who, 'tis, they, when, and henceforth? Good question. Add that to the Q&A. Does anyone else run around with chickens under their arms? Man. Okay. The woods were this mix of charred tree trunks and shit and balls. The woods were this weird mix of ash and charred tree trunks, and my Geiger counter clicked at the expected level, nothing out of the ordinary. But standing there, I felt the weight of the land's pain, not just from the spill, but the fire too. I said a quiet prayer for balance, not to mention Tom's recovery, and when I filed my report, his words were a reminder that some things in those woods defy explanation. But as for other things, no matter how frightening they are, they often have very rational and logical explanations. In the fall of 1979, just a few months into my Damn, dude, we're still going. We got like 3 more pages left of this. I do not understand how people can go through a new partner every few weeks. I can barely handle 2 instances of breakup in 2 years. I don't know. They must be addicted to the chase. To the validation of another human being. Have I had heartbreak? Yeah. I, too, weep. I, too, weep. In the fall of 1979, just a few months into my reassignment to... Man, I don't know. I don't even know. In the fall of 1979, just a few months into my reassignment to the cleanup effort, I witnessed something that haunts me to this day. Something far worse than any mutated animal or wildfire scare. I was out on a routine sampling trip in early September, and my grid that day took me to a rocky outcrop about 1.5 miles south of the spill site, near a small cave tucked into a sandstone ridge. I was testing the trees and soil for radium-226, with my Geiger counter clicking away, when I heard a low groan from inside the cave. It sounded like a wounded animal, maybe a coyote or a deer, hurt and hiding, and I froze and listened. Then the sound came again, so guttural and full of pain that it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I thought that it might be a sick animal, so I set down my corer and approached the mouth of the cave, calling out softly as to not startle whatever was inside. Seconds after I started calling out, it crawled out into the sunlight, and my stomach dropped. It wasn't an animal. It was a man, or at least what was left of one. His skin was peeling off in patches, black, rotten, and oozing with sores that glistened in the light. His jaw was just kind of hanging slack, and his tongue lolled out of his mouth, very swollen, discolored. While his eyes were cloudy, these strange circles, it was sunken into his face. What if I greet you next time at Jizz Socks? Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking to me. Jizz Sock Con, Buttersock Con. Yeah, I know. If I heard something in a cave, I wouldn't hello? Hey, little buddy, come on out of the cave. And then the cave's a creature with a big tongue, and it sucks you in. Have I ever considered voice acting? I have, dude. It's a big dream of mine one day to come back into this chat and say, hey guys, guess what? I'm going to be in the next Minions movie. Which would be sick, honestly. That would be amazing to say. But you know what I mean? Like that, or an anime show, or, yeah, Bear Run Run, or Yayu Kukushu, or Jizzy Muck's 33X versus Titanfall. You know what I mean? Just fucking something cool. Joel, what if I greeted you as Jizz Sock Joel? I would say hello. Started watching Samurai Jack today and had no idea that the guy who voiced SpongeBob is in it. Really? Who's the... Oh, is he... Haku! Samurai Jack! Love the voice you do in these videos. I think you would be good at it. Thank you, dude. That'd be fun. Tom Kenny. He isn't. He voices a few side characters. Ah, okay. Let's see. Tom Kenny. Samurai. Did you know that the voice of SpongeBob is dating Ariana Grande? Oh, okay, I see all that. Yeah, he's a really talented voice actor. Also, I was just kidding about Ariana Grande. This guy with the two says, "Stay cool, late night cool cat." Thank you, bro. Whatever, record your voice under the water. Hello, I am under the water. I recently found out the guy who voiced Mr. Krabs is in several episodes of the show Lost, and it's so weird seeing him in that role. Yeah, he's a great actor. He's in so much shit. I think I got SpongeBob, me boy. You know, like he was in Starship Troopers as Zim, the guy who like knocked himself down to private and then ended up catching the brain bug. Zim got the bug! Zim got the bug! Yeah. And they're like, "It's afraid. It's afraid." And everyone's like, "Yeah, fuck yeah, it's fucking afraid. Fuck that thing. It's gross." Can you get a tail? Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah, Starship Troopers is one of my favorite movies of all time. Just because there was like so much like nuance, I guess. Like, you know, whatever messaging it was trying to impart upon people, it wasn't like forcing it down your throats at all. And I think that's one of the most annoying parts about a lot of modern shows and their messaging is that it just considers you stupid and thinks it's got to like tell you what to think, right? But with a movie like that, it hints at subtleties, you know what I mean? A lot of subtleties. Even just like even the asteroid that took out Buenos Aires. I watched that movie so many times trying to find like, you know, the little details that it gives you to indicate that maybe we knew that the asteroid was coming, or perhaps we had a technology that was able to push asteroids to certain locations on Earth to create like a false flag event that would cause us to be like, we have to invade, and, you know, to get everybody riled up. The only good bug is a dead bug, you know, kind of deal. But plays a great villain. I guess even Mr. Krabs would be considered a villain, considering this one fucking sold SpongeBob's soul for 62 cents. Yeah. Yeah, shit's good, man. The original book was more like a mech anime. Yeah, I remember listening to the audiobook or like reading it, and it's like, it reminded me a lot of, well, obviously Helldivers has that, but there's a lot of shit in Helldivers that's a lot more like that, with the drop shock stuff. Yeah, Robert Heinlein, yeah. While his eyes were cloudy circles, sunken in a face that looked more like a corpse than a living person. He dragged himself forward on bony arms, his legs too weak to stand, moaning with each movement. At first I thought he was another mutation, like the animals that I'd feared, but as he emerged, I saw the tattered jeans he was wearing and realized this was a person that had been ravaged by advanced radiation sickness. And my heart was pounding. Nothing I'd ever seen before had ever frightened me so much, but my training kicked in all the same. I knew acute radiation poisoning when I saw it, the skin necrosis, the lesions, the way it looked like he was wasting away. This man had been exposed to extreme levels of radioactivity, likely from lingering in the spill zone where radium and thorium saturated the soil and water. I ran to my truck, grabbed my water canteen, and started begging for mechanics over my radio. I then ran back to the injured man, keeping my distance to avoid contamination, and offered him some water. He tried to drink it, but his throat was so swollen that he couldn't swallow, and he almost choked before coughing and expelling what he'd tried to drink. His groans were weaker by then, his breathing very His name was Robert Paulson. Have you heard the theory that Mr. Krabs was originally supposed to be a No, I've not heard that. His name was Robert Paulson. His name was Robert Paulson. Daniel Heater Jr., welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. You know, I have access to bonus content. Have I played Rainbow Six? I have. I played Siege. I was a little bit frustrated with that because, like, I think their servers are shitty or something because, I don't know, sometimes the enemy would shoot you, but you couldn't even, like, see them turning the corner. It was like they had shooter's advantage or whatever the game has, so that was really annoying. But the game was fun. But there was a game way back on the Xbox 360 called Rainbow Six Vegas 2, and that game, I played the shit out of that with friends. I remember I played it all the way throughout college. Like, I would come back on the weekends. I had these random people that I met on Xbox Live, and we would like rotate through different maps, like doing terrorist hunt on the hardest difficulty, and just play those and talk about stupid shit for like hours. And it was amazing. It was honestly just like so much fun. And then one day I finished college and then had to go work at a normal job, and then kind of like lost connection with my like Xbox stuff and just like never talked to them again. And I still wonder if they wait for me to get on to this day. Who knows? I'm still playing Oblivion. No, I should. I don't know. I want to. I do enjoy the game. It's just, I feel like I've been there before, done that, you know. First time catching the live stream, this is hilarious. Never thought you made any mistakes while recording. Many, many mistakes. Probably 10 million total mistakes. You ever hear George Lucas's ex-wife theory about Star Wars? I have not, no. Were you ever in any Xbox clans? I don't think so. I mean, during Halo and shit, we would put like certain like letters or acronyms or whatever to indicate that we're like part of some sort of thing, but I never competed playing Halo or anything. I was never like that good. I was never ninja level of good. Oh shit, Sawcon. Thank you so much for the 10 gift-arinos. That's like $50. Thank you, my friend. To Jessica Arnett, Chronic, Eric Gates, Daniel Semino, C78, Sergeant Whisker 67, Drifter, Maddie, Lila W, Teresa H. Welcome to the Buttersock Cult, my friends. Be sure to thank Sawcon. Pen 15 gang. Well, yeah, but like to be in like a clan on the Xbox and stuff, wasn't it like something you had to like coordinate outside of the actual ecosystem of Xbox? Like you had to go to a website and do all that? Because I do remember not doing any of that, because that was like next level devotion to the craft. Should get back on and see for yourself. I know, I haven't signed into like, man, that shit so long. I do remember my name back then. I was in XGN, but I was absolute dog shit. Oh, was that like a larger clan? I'm getting into a new hobby. It's called radio surfing. Interesting. What's that involve? Then I joined TSP in 2020. Still love them. Is it just like a shit ton of people and like you can just play together and potentially like see who's the best to compete or something? Or were you actually heartbroken, or were you kidding? You know, I've been heartbroken, but I don't know. I'm one of those people that bounces back pretty quick, you know what I mean? You have it happen so many times, you just become like sort of desensitized to the process, and you realize like the more you focus on yourself and increase your own personal value, the more you know that you are a valuable person. And well, it was more like when I was younger was like the heartbreak, you know what I mean? And then as time went on, like, you know, I guess got leveled up as a person and became more desirable, I guess, you know what I mean? Radio surfing is basically using a radio to find or search new stations. Oh. That sounds fun. Like, yeah. I haven't listened to the radio in a while, but there's something about the frequency of radios that does feel kind of relaxing, like you're interconnected with everybody else out there in the community. Yeah, Supernova. Definitely check out the bonus content. I mean, isn't radio surfing something everybody just did? Or are you like looking on like who are you trying to connect? Or are you just trying to find like a station that has good music or something? No matter how many times you may be able to level up, you'll still always be human. That's true. I suppose, until you've ascended. Heartbreak is the best way to quickly learn that you're worth better than you admit to yourself, and a great way to learn how to cut out toxicity and unhealthy people from your life. Yeah, and like, I've had some friends who just like absolutely just dwell in a breakup. Like, I had this one friend, super good-looking guy, good job, no kids, not a lot of baggage, you know, in shape, all this kind of shit. Has a dog, awesome dog, fucking big old wiener, you know what I mean? And then he like met some chick who was like, had like bunch of kids, bunch of baggage, like total fucking emotional wreck, treated him like shit, cheated on him, lied to him the whole time about different things about her like previous existence and past life, bunch of drama from like baby daddies, all that kind of bullshit, you know? And like for some reason her breaking up with him just absolutely fucking like wrecked his brain. And it just seems like it's taken him so long to like find some degree of value, you know what I mean, within himself, no matter how many times you like. Yeah, she was an absolute angel. And it's so strange because like any sort of like logical mind, you know, you can just be like, brother, you do know she sucks, right? And she sucked this whole time, and not just your willy, like, and it, you know, I don't know, it just doesn't compute in their head. I don't know, I think he struggles with some other issues that I'm not officially diagnosed, as far as like the rumination aspects of validation. Who fucking knows? I don't know. People are odd. I really dwelled on my first few relationships after they ended, and after that I learned to look at things more objectively and realize that there was definitely a good reason the relationship ended. Yeah, I mean, exactly, you know? It's like every other human has gone through that like 10 million times, and sometimes it ends up worse for them than your own. Sorry to hear that. I had a friend get cheated on by his wife. Took him years to recover, but got remarried and just had a kid. But those bad breakup betrayals, yeah, for sure, yeah. I guess, yeah. Yeah, thankfully they weren't married or anything like that, and I don't know. It was just one of those things when it was like a weights and balance. Like if you had like a counterbalance weight thing here, you know what I mean? It's like she had like a whole ton of bricks, like just like launching his up into the air, and his was just like a feather, you know, in comparison to like the baggage. And it was like, but in his mind, his own feather was just like I don't know, he saw like a perfect synergy between the two of them or something. I just didn't quite understand it. Sometimes you're never dealt with trauma before. It feels like your world falls apart when something bad happens. Sounds like you had many good things in life besides her. Yeah, for sure. What's up, anxiety? How you doing? I think when someone chips away at your confidence during relationship breakups, hit even harder, even when everyone else can see that they had it. Yeah, those are the worst kind of people that really try to like dig into somebody's psyche, treat them poorly, say terrible things to them. Like, what the flurp? I'm 31 and still PTSD, nightmares from a relationship I had when I was 15. Some things stay with you, but you just got to keep going, you know? That's all you can do. Get going and find... I think each individual on Earth has to find something, regardless of relationship, that gives them purpose. And that purpose can be found probably through like physical activity. It can be found through creation and art, or other things that you work on to like build up, you know? Your body, your business, your art, your creativity, your, you know, rearing of children, things like that. But you got, you know what I mean? You got to just assume like, okay, fuck, I go live out in like a cabin in the woods somewhere by myself. What's something that I can just like keep doing regardless of relationship status, and family status and still just be like relatively content with my existence. It's gotta be something. Fucking playing with bottle caps or something. Doing good, man. About to go to sleep right now. Gonna finish listening to your latest video stories from Craigslist. Listen to you every day on my way to work, on my way back to sleep. Oh, nice. Thank you, Rare. Appreciate you, dude. His groans were weaker by then, his breathing very ragged, but I stayed with him, speaking softly and trying to reassure him he'd be okay until a Forest Service crew arrived with a stretcher. They rushed him to that medical center, but sadly, I learned later that he died in the hospital. My soil samples from near that cave showed radium levels 100 times above those considered safe, enough to kill anyone who lingered there unprotected, and later I got my hands on a copy of that report. He was a hermit, a Navajo man in his 50s who was known to live off and on in the woods near... Off and on, okay. If you're having a hard time moving on from a past relationship, it's time to recognize that there's probably something you need to work on internally, focus on that, and think you will quickly improve. Yeah, and I think that's the hardest battle for some individuals, is just understanding the ability to self-improve, to understand the ability within yourself that you're not perfect, and that your heartbreak that you're actually feeling right now is like a manifestation of that imperfectness and the need to, chisel away at that statue that you're forming of yourself. Because I don't know. I don't think there's any shame to say that maybe you should be able to try to form your being into something that is completely independent of any other human. It's not like you have to become a hermit or anything like that, but certainly to become that type of creature is certainly much more stoic and capable of handling the rough waters at sea at times, you know what I mean? Completely unbothered by the storms. I got married at 18 to a dude I met online like an idiot. Yeah, it's tough. I think I got married to the same dude. I dated this girl off and on for years. She cheated on me, pushed me, her mental health on me, ghosted me when I was being too much, all sorts of fun. I'm doing better now, thankfully. That's good. He was a hermit, a Navajo man in his 50s who was known to live off and on in the woods near Church Rock. No one knew his full story. Some said that he'd been a miner, others said that he just preferred solitude. But what we knew for certain was he'd either ignored or never heard the EPA's warnings to stay away from the contaminated area. The spill's toxic plume had spread through the washes and into the caves where he likely took shelter. There was also a good chance that he'd been contaminated by drinking from tainted streams or eating tainted plants. Autopsy reports confirmed a lethal radiation exposure. His bone marrow was destroyed, his organs failing, and his skin was literally rotting from the inside out. I was furious, and I wasn't the only one. The spill's radioactive tailings, left largely unclean by nuclear. I have so little social experiences. Despite 25, it's all very overwhelming. Yeah, maybe there's something you could get involved in that would totally amplify and expedite the number of social experiences you would have in a very short period of time. That might be a new job. I'm thinking it has to be a new job or some sort of volunteer prospect that would would overwhelm you at first, but you would get used to it. Yeah, some type of volunteering, whether with local wrestlers, local old homeless man wrestlers who have needle fingers. You're gonna have to wrestle those guys. You'll learn quick. The spill's radioactive tailings, left largely uncleaned by United Nuclear, had poisoned the land, and this man had paid the ultimate price. I wrote it up in my report, pushing for more aggressive cleanup and better outreach to remote communities. I'd seen sick animals and polluted rivers, but this was different. He was one of us. A Dine. Do you have a good old English accent? Good old English. Ah, yes. Good old English. He was one of us. A Dine lost to the poison we were fighting. That night in McGaffey, I sat outside staring at the stars and prayed for forgiveness for not doing enough. But the conclusions to those prayers only hardened my resolve to keep testing and keep fighting, so that no one else had to crawl out of a cave, rotting from the inside out while still alive. By the winter of 1981, my time at Church Rock ended when the EPA resigned me to other projects across New Mexico. Resources were tight, and the spill, despite being the largest radioactive disaster in the nation's history, faded from the headlines and the agency's focus shifted. They ended up turning me into a meat pie. Gross, I'd say, an honor to some, not to me. It sounded more legit than yours, and you live there? Hell yeah, dude. I'm dominating the British scene. I'm totally a local. The DoorDash guy is trying to get me to come outside. He's just like beckoning you with like a finger. Come outside. Come in now. Okay, I was furious and I wasn't the only. Leave the shite. Leave the shite by the door. He just texted it to him. And he just like shits in the bag and lights it on fire. Alright, the spill's radioactive tailings left largely uncleaned by United Nuclear. I'll be reading this story for a few weeks, yeah. Everybody get comfy. Get ready to hibernate for the winter. I'm gonna be here. I was furious, and I wasn't the only one. The spill's radioactive tailings, left largely uncleaned by United Nuclear, had poisoned the land, and this man had paid the ultimate price. I wrote it up in my report, pushing for more aggressive cleanup and better outreach to remote communities. I'd seen sick animals and polluted rivers, but this was different. He was one of us. Adine. Man, I can't. Adina. Anybody in here Navajo, by chance, knows how to say it? How do you say Adine? It's pronounced D. Dina. Sounds like now with a slight emphasis. Dine. I'd seen sick animals and polluted rivers, but this was different. He was one of us. Adine, lost to the poison we were fighting. That night in McGaffey, I sat outside, staring at the stars and prayed for forgiveness for not doing enough. But the conclusions to those prayers only hardened my resolve to keep testing and keep fighting so that no one else had to crawl out of a cave, rotting from the inside out while still alive. And by the winter of 1981, my time at Church Rock had ended when the EPA reassigned me to other projects across New Mexico. Resources were tight, and the spill, despite being the largest radioactive disaster in the nation's history, faded from the headlines and the agency focus shifted. Agencies. I got shit in my nose. Okay. You always thought it was chemtrails, not contrails. Yeah, contrails is like what comes out of the plane that's like water condensation or whatever. And then the chemtrails is like the supposed heavy metals and shit that's polluting our mind with 5,000 G. It's a potential. Joel, make a record, the longest live stream with chat in history. I think it was one of my birthday streams. I went for 8 hours. That's what she said. Resources were tight, and the spill, despite the largest radioactive disaster in the nation's history, faded from the headlines and the agency's...
Hi, I'm LeftRight, and I'm here to read you guys a story. Oh man, I just pissed my pants.
What if it was just an hour of me crying from pissing my pants? Resources were tight, and the spill, despite being the largest radioactive disaster in the nation's history, faded from the headlines and the agency's focus shifted. I had to move to a new assignment, but the memories of Church Rock clung. It must be NBC. This is like a news station where every time they get on there, they're trying to report the news, but they're like, my pants. I'm sorry, but I pissed my pants again, and I can no longer continue. Long story short, we're going to war, and you are going to get poorer. Why did I have to pee myself so hard? Joel will try to live stream for 100 hours, but one of those magnesium minute breaks, he's gone, bust a nut, and gets sleepy. That would happen, honestly. I'd fall asleep first and then bust a nut. Just lay down and just explodes like an old spore. Just floats into the air, all these different, like... Anyways. Justin Ballas, welcome back for 6 months. Wet eyes, wet thighs. Hell yeah, dude. What came first, the chicken or the egg? I had to move to a new assignment, but memories of Churchcock. Fuck, man. I had to move on to new assignments, but the memories of Church Rock clung to me like the red dust on my boots. The mutated fawn limping through the words. Oh boy, I'm fucking losing it, mate. The mutated fawn limping through the woods, the strange fireball my coworker swore he saw in the wildfire, and worst of all, that hermit crawling from the cave, his skin rotting from radiation sickness. All those images have been completely tattooed onto my consciousness. The memories push me to keep going, to keep fighting the good fight for my people and our land, even when the odds felt stacked against us. But above all, the spill had exposed how little the government prioritized Navajo lands. Church Rock was just a hard lesson in reality. Do you think the moon landing is legit? Let's think. Yes, I do. I think it's legit. I think, like, whoever was in charge of that specific moon landing in the 60s may or may not have, on their way back, and this is just what I'm hearing, I was just debriefed on this, may or may not have experienced such a degree of radiation that the film was completely destroyed by the radiation that was shooting out of the sun, going through the fucking little space hall, you know what I mean, as they were descending back to Earth and shit. So basically, long story short, Stanley Kubrick had to, like, you know, do some scotch tape bullshit and, like, fake a few moon landings because it was really hard for them to not completely fuck up their footage every time they went up or whatever. So, you know, they could get up there, they just couldn't film it. The moon was just like, no pictures, please, no pictures. Joel, validate me again. It's been ages since you validated me. You are a living, breathing creature of good, and you tomorrow will go lift weights at the gym. And you're gonna like it. Church rock was a hard lesson in reality. United Nuclear barely cleaned up 1% of the 100...
God damn it. God damn it.
United Nuclear barely cleaned up 1% of 1,100 tons of spilled waste, and the Puerco River stayed toxic with radium levels still far above safe limits. Families were still too afraid to drink from their wells, herders were losing livestock, and the deep distrust of federal... Hold on a second, I heard something. Hello? Oh, there's my cat.
Hey, buddy. Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck. Careful bending over. It was the man. I don't know, it was kind of weird actually, because my cat's here in his little bed, but I swear to God I heard something like tapping against the wood of the wall. The wood of the wall. The G-Man.
Hello, Gordon Freeman.
Okay, you guys gotta pay attention. United Nuclear barely cleaned up 1% of the 100... Fuck me, dude, I cannot read. United Nuclear barely cleaned up 1% of the 1,100 tons of spilled waste, and the Puerco River stayed toxic with radium levels still far above safe limits. Families were still too afraid to drink from their wells, herders were losing livestock, and the deep distrust of federal promises grew even deeper. I carried the weight of what I'd seen, the hermit's groans, the fawn's twisted limbs, and used it to drive my work forward. There were no easy fixes, no heroes swooping in to save the day. The land was still contaminated and the threat to my people remained. But those 2 years taught me to stay in the fight and to keep pushing for our homeland's health, even when everything seems stacked against us.
Do a Russian accent. I've done it. Me and my homeland, we were haunted by ghost of bottle of vodka.
Interesting, when you lift weights, your heart rate goes through the roof like you ran 5 miles. Yeah, I guess it just depends, you know, especially if you're doing like a higher rep range. Sometimes that can be like borderline cardio. But then I guess also like a really high intensity single rep. Should you do calisthenics instead? You could. Yeah, maybe you could start with calisthenics, and then as you like get more into the culture and you want like easier resistance for like the progressive overload concept, you could get into weight training. I know it sucks now, but listen, working out, it's never not gonna suck, but it's always gonna feel good when you're done, you know what I mean? And life will only get better if you challenge yourself. Do Pilates right now. Okay. This is story number 3. Hey, Kaylin Roy. What's up, dude? About 20 years ago now, me and an old mate of mine from school decided to go camping around the Forest of Dean down in Gloucestershire. Cocksucking hell, fucking hell. Gloucestershire. Me fucking Lucky Charms are down in Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire. Hit her with a slither while he's in... What the? Hit her and then slither. Men should help women get groceries, then work out at the gym. Helps with more socialization. Men should help women get groceries, then work out at the gym. Helps with more socialization. Do we just, if we see a woman at the grocery store, do we just run up to her and say, "Can I help you?" "Sure, do you work here or something?" "No, there was someone in my chat who said that I should talk and help you with your grocery shopping." "Oh, okay. Certainly, you can assist me getting the thing from the top shelf." "Of course, madam. Right away." And then you start climbing. You start scaling the fucking aisle. All right, we're not gonna say this place in the UK. We're just gonna. About 20 years ago now, me and an old mate of mine from school decided to go camping. We'd been wanting to camp for a while because it was one of the largest patches of ancient woodland in the whole of the UK, and since Ozzy and the boys recorded Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath at Clearwell Castle, it felt a little bit of a heavy metal pilgrim. God fucking hell. I was watching Bizarre Bub the other day. You guys watch that shit? And there was some dude, he was just like filming himself in this old warehouse. And like, he was just sitting there, camera like from a distance, and all of a sudden, he just got absolutely fucking like manhandled by some unknown entity and just like launched like 5 feet to the side, like he just got hit-sticked by Ray Lewis. It was crazy. And then the camera was like, he'd been knocked out. He's like, I was knocked out now for 15 minutes. So it like had to like times 15 just to get to him like waking up and being like, what the fuck? I don't know. I've never seen that with a ghost before, where it just fucking absolutely lays you out. Under Armour style. Jason Momoa says he doesn't work out unless he gets paid for it, which is fair. I mean, like, all of those guys, like, when they work, I mean, yeah, you know, when they work out, you can tell that they just use steroids, and, you know, because you have to do it in, like, a really short period of time, right? If you want to get, like, absolutely fucking, like, movie set, Marvel movie jacked in, like, 8 months, like, sure, you're going to be working out like 6 days a week, but that's a lot of volume, especially for someone who hasn't really done it that much. And then you're going to have to eat all the time, you know, and they're probably going to introduce something called testosterone or whatever other synthetic bullshit they give you. There's no reason to be jacked unless you're making bank off in a movie. Well, you know, I don't know, it's probably fun to be jacked, you know. It just depends on how much you enjoy. Like, do you enjoy lifting heavy? Do you enjoy, you know, do you enjoy working out? What are you doing wrong? What do you mean, no frowns? You're gonna need roids no matter what. You don't always. I mean, you can just work out like a normal person and take your body to its fullest natural state, you know. I would highly suggest no one ever uses steroids because it fucks with your mental health, it fucks with your body, and you probably won't live as long as a normal person. Which video was it in? I think it was one of the more recent ones, but it was like maybe the 4th or 5th one at the end, towards the end. It's like how actors who do coke in a film say, oh, it's baby powder, even though we know full well they're coking it up like mad. The only person honest about it is Pacino. That would have been sick in that one scene if it was just the whole room was filled with real cocaine. Oh, it's fun to jack, that's true. We've been wanting to camp there for a while because it's one of the largest patches of ancient woodland in the whole of the UK. And since Ozzy and the boys recorded Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath at Clearwell Castle, it felt like a bit of a heavy metal pilgrimage. But while both me and my mate were fans of scary music, we most definitely didn't enjoy the little run-in that we had near the little pond we found. We used to camp out the back of my car, basically, so after driving up and down Wow, we've already been streaming for 3.5 hours. Bro, how am I so slow? Talking about Teenage Mutant farting turtles for so long. I just signed up for a 52-mile walk and an ADHD impulse now I have to train. 52-mile walk? Bro, just get some fucking baby powder, put that between the thighs. You're gonna need it, bro. Holy shit, 52-mile walk. Are you gonna be camping overnight? Like, what the fuck? An ultra walkathon. We used to camp out the back of my car, basically, so after driving up and down forest roads for a while, we found this little side path that ran adjacent to a large pond. There was enough room for us to park the car and still leave room for people to pass us on the path, so we thought that'd be a good place as any to stop over for the night. Camping there wasn't strictly legal, but we were used to skirting. Joel, just curious, how many episodes ahead are you? Feel like you record the episodes at night, then edit the next day, and then post the day after. That's a crazy schedule. Yeah, I mean, I could be smarter about it, but I guess, yeah, so like today is Sunday for me, technically. Well, it's like 2 in the morning, right? So it's Monday. So there will be a video coming out later today at 9 p.m. So yeah, it's like record the night before, edit the next day, get it up. So it, you know, it is very like quick turnover, I guess you could say. And I technically could, if I wanted, get like ahead for like a week and like record all in one. I could probably record 2 videos in like one day, get those up, and pretty much be at least the YouTube schedule out of the way for the week. But recently I picked up like Mr. Ballin stuff, which sort of includes like one session of like the recording, which could take like maybe 3 to 4 hours, and then pickups, which is like where they want, you know, they listen to my recording and then they go back and give me feedback on like what they want to hear differently, maybe a little bit more emotion at this line, or you know what I mean, kind of thing. And that usually takes like 2 hours additional, so that's, you know. So if I really, and then obviously I joined the No Sleep podcast as well, so sometimes that's like an additional thing, but that one's not too hard because like the most recent thing I recorded for them was like 13 pages, which is like 1/3 of a normal video length. So honestly, if I really sit there and I think about like how my schedule could be optimized, I definitely have a lot more room for all sorts of other shit, you know, in my life, you know, to work on. It's just that I, you know, sometimes it just requires me to, you know, I have plenty of time to do other stuff, basically, is what I'm trying to say. It's just like it sounds like a lot. It's really not that bad. How's Twisted History going? How do you like it compared to your main content? It's fun. I like learning just interesting shit, you know what I mean? Like about history and it getting twisted and twisted teas and titty twisters, all sorts of cool stuff. No, it's fun though. It's cool. It's like it's to me it's almost like a jumping off point, and like it's like you get hit with this like interesting concept within history, and if you really want to dive into it like with a 10-hour freaking whatever, you can. But I feel like you really get a quick like 35 to 45 minute sort of touch on, you know, something as interesting as like the origins of NASCAR, and like shit's cool. Yeah, the creation of Hollywood's a fascinating thing. Just like hearing about Thomas Edison being this sort of like mafioso bully, like crazy shit like that, and basically people just like, and that's sort of the natural progression of everything, right? The creation of the United States, everybody just wanted more freedom away from like the centralized powers over in the UK, so they come here or various other places, and Same with like Hollywood. It's like, let's get the fuck away from Edison, so let's go to Cuba, let's go to fucking Hollywood, let's buy some land out there, they can't touch us. Like, that's why I'm thinking, like, in some weird abstract way, Mars is going to be like some sort, it's going to be obviously a lot harder for people to travel places, but like Mars, but I feel like it is going to be like the next sort of great frontier out there of freedom is Mars. Guys, get to Mars. Get to Mars, you can do whatever you want out in Mars. The episode was good, the line touchstone of the origins of Hollywood, but the longer version is read An American of Their Own by Neil Gabler. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I was curious because sometimes the episodes, like, they touch on things but they don't quite go into like the heavy details. So like there was a lot of interest. That's what I was saying. It's like it's kind of a jumping off point to really get into the nitty gritty, which is cool. Yeah, and I'm not even really sure if we'll get to Mars, to be honest with you. Get your ass to Mars. That's such a good movie. Because it's like we could cryogenically freeze ourselves, whatever. But it's not going to be as, like, it's not going to have the people that are the ones looking for a better life. Because, yeah, the pioneers could come across the ocean, go across America out west, all that kind of stuff, and be able to essentially be self-sufficient. But whatever the fuck with Mars, it's like it's going to be like sanctioned, specifically chosen people to accomplish said task. And even when they get out there, they're probably just going to like kill each other and turn each other into toothpaste. Turn each other into potato fertilizer. Did you know that we have the ability to make light bulbs that last pretty much indefinitely, but there's laws in place that require them to burn out after a certain amount of time? It makes sense. Same with the kind of concept related to Tesla and like pulling out energy from like the ionosphere. I wouldn't be surprised if we found some sort of technology like that where it's essentially like limitless energy in like various forms. And we just, because if you think about it, at the end of the day, energy is currency, right? Because you can have a currency, you can make up a bunch of shit, it can make people move to a certain degree, but it eventually has to be backed by some form of something. Some sort of, like, can you burn the entire Amazon rainforest down and use that? Can you use oil? Can you know what I mean? It has to be fucking something. And then if you just suddenly create an infinite amount of it, it's, I don't know, it's like it makes you wonder, like, would we even as a society be able to like maintain an infinite energy systems when there's no like incentivizations or like forced scarcity at that point? I don't know. I think all of us, our brains are so conditioned to conflict that we wouldn't even be able to like make some sort of utopia from that free energy even happen. Dark matter is going to be a fuel resource. Do you think that's the ionosphere concept? Or is that completely different? There's always scarcity, yeah. Hey, see ya, Drew C. Take care, dude. There was enough room for us to park the car and still leave room for people to pass us on the path. So we thought that'd be as good as any place as any to play. God damn it, man. George, you ever had to kick someone out of a stream for being mean or rude? Sometimes, yeah. If they are, I honestly don't even say it. I just like click, like, hide. Just a wild guess, but yeah, that's one thought, the biosphere concept. Okay, yeah. Because, like, do we know that dark matter exists? I guess mathematically that, I don't know. I don't even know, man. There was enough room for us to park the car and still leave room for people to pass us on the path, so we thought that'd be as good a place as any to stop over for the night. Camping there wasn't strictly legal, but we were used to skirting a bit of bureaucracy so we could have a nicer campsite. We didn't make campfires anywhere like that, and we certainly didn't damage any trees or anything. We weren't vandals, so unless a real job's worth came along and the threat... Fucking hell. Something, yeah. Yeah, fucking... I don't know. Oh, yeah, have you played Doom? In the more recent Doom, that's kind of like where they were... it was like they were pulling energy from like an ether, like a sort of dimension between dimensions. But it turned out that in the more recent, like I think it was the Doom 2016 game, which is fun, and they've made like 2 sequels since then, but the energy they're pulling out from the ether is actually like sort of a hell dimension, and, you know, obviously they invite the demonic destroyers into the world of Mars. We turn Neil deGrasse Tyson into the fuel to make the leap to hyperspace. Yeah, he becomes space god. We know scientifically that antimatter exists. The crazy thing is that we hardly see it. It'd be super common and prevalent, but some unknown reason it's nowhere. It's a weird paradox. Well, yeah, it must be a dimensional or like an interdimensional sort of interaction, I suppose, in the same way that people talk about, like, you have TV channels and you have like channel 15, channel 14, and you can't, they're occurring, but they're kind of like occurring in like an overlap with each other. And I assume that's probably how like maybe dark matter would work, in the sense that they kind of like are a yin and yang to one another, in the fact that they keep sort of an opposing balance, and there's clear mathematical proof that that they exist in a cohesive nature, but at the same time your ability to access another dimension, who knows. Yeah, waves and frequencies, all that good stuff. To be fair, you sit like a gargoyle. That's awesome. We didn't make campfires anywhere like that, and we certainly didn't damage any trees or anything. We weren't vandals, so unless a real job's worth came along and threatened to call the police, we were generally free to do as we pleased. Anyway, we parked just off the path, set up our tents, and had some sandwiches for dinner. Then, after watching the sun go down after a few beers and some songs, Oh, okay. Do I like kebabs? Yeah, kebab is good. Sometimes I've had kebabs and I feel like the meat is like not seasoned very well, if that makes sense. And therefore it should be seasoned even better. I should just make it myself, huh? What am I bitching about? Wait, Joe, were you standing the entirety of the 5.5 hour stream on Wednesday? Yeah, I mean, that's just when I'm in front of my computer, I just stand. But, you get used to it. Honestly, I feel way better. I mean, dude, have you sat in a car forever? Dude, how much does it suck getting up out of a car and you're like, oh, fuck, and you fart and your hips crack and it sucks. But then when you stand, like, your feet get kind of sore. That's why I got this like pad here. But like, I'm not, nothing hurts. Then after watching the sun go down. Then after watching the sun go down over a few beers and some songs on a portable battery-powered seat... That is way too many words. Then after watching the sun go down over a few beers and some music on a... I don't even know what to replace this with. On a portable CD player. I don't know. I got varicose. I'll get varicose. No, honestly, your circulation is like way better while standing than it is sitting. So I feel like I'm almost like less likely to get the varicose situation than just sitting my ass down the whole time, because I don't know, I've heard like sitting all day at work is almost like just as bad for your circulation as like smoking cigs. And then if I ever get tired, I can just like crouch. You hear me down here? Hello? Hello? I'm crouched. I'm stretching my quadriceps. Yeah, I guess I could wear compression socks. Okay, I'm back. I am under the water. Okay. Then, after watching the sun go down over a few beers and some songs on a portable player, we hit the hay with the intention of staying another night there. But when we woke up the next morning, my mate found a note on his car windshield that just said, "Leave." And I won't lie, we were definitely a bit creeped out knowing someone had been walking around our tents while we'd been asleep. But to be honest, it wasn't the first time something like that had happened. You get kids playing pranks, passive... Humans born on Mars are going to be racist towards humans born on Earth, especially the descendants of Elon. That's fine. I think everybody's been racist to each other since the dawn of existence, so it's really nothing too surprising. Hi Joel, I haven't been active in the channel while dealing with a lot, but I'm still listening every video. Love you so much, man. Keep rocking on, Joel. Thank you, Comet. Good to see you, dude. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, sitting for long periods of time is a great way to develop a bomba clot. You get kids playing pranks, passive-aggressive note leavers telling you they've informed of the... What the hell? Bomba clot, bomba clot. Martian freaks, we don't serve their kind here. Yeah. We see you orange skins. You Dorito beasts. I don't know, what color would a Martian look like? Would they be orange? Or would that just be if they were in like the red mines? It's brushed off on them. I don't know, maybe they would develop a certain orangish hue. Well, you can't complain about future racism yet. You gotta make sure, who knows, maybe everyone will be so nice and kind to each other that we'll never be mean again in the future. I know that's gonna happen. When we get to Mars, we're gonna be so nice to each other. No one's ever gonna discriminate based on facial structure ever again. Elon apparently takes ketamine. What? He told me he didn't have any. Piece of crap. By the way, good scary sci-fi Life with Jake Gyllenhaal. Oh wait, what's that one? I don't know, I haven't heard that before. That future sounds dull. Yeah, exactly. That's alright, we'll have plenty of insects to kill. Giant ones. Humans? Okay. You get kids playing pranks, passive-aggressive note leavers telling you they've informed the National Trust or whatever, and even the occasional dogger who doesn't realize you in there. What's a dogger? Do I think I could fall in love with a Martian? Ugh. Martians. Fucking... probably. Honestly, if they're fuckable, I could fall in love with them. And even the occasional dogger who doesn't realize you're even there on the other side of a bush. And on this occasion, we thought it was most probably kids playing a joke on us. The note leavers are generally quite verbose and will leave you a tidy little paragraph explaining why exactly you're so evil for camping on public land. But kids or teenagers trying to scare you will generally leave you a nice little DIE or we are watching, or in this case, leave. I asked my mate if he reckoned that we should relocate, even if it was just to the other side of the forest, and I sort of agreed with him when he said no. If the kids or teenagers came back, we'd chase them off and give them a scare of their own. All in good fun, of course, but we certainly weren't going... Yeah, my parents wouldn't be happy about a Martian wedding, but the things they do for love. A 3-booby Martian, now we're talking. Triple teat action. Triple the teat, triple the milk. I like big Martian butts and I cannot lie. All the other brothers ran out of oxygen. I feel like I've been listening to this channel for 10 years. Has it been that long? It might damn well be. I think this August will be my 11th year on YouTube, which is freaking crazy. I know. Total Recall was the peak Mars movie. I don't even know. Dude, that movie, honestly, that brings another one of my favorite actors. What? Why does my brain suck so much? Holy crap. It's like you remember everybody's faces, but never their names. We usually go by the Martian name. You know him. Bad guy from Total Recall. Chancellor. No. Quaid. How the hell do they have him? Michael Ironside. Yeah, I'm such a dope. Dude, he's like one of my favorite actors. I said his name a million times. But yeah, I love Michael Ironside. He's just so good. He's just, once again, he's just the man. Like, I'm fairly certain he didn't start acting till he was in his 30s. And he just does it and has the most perfect voice. There was Splinter Cell, the video game, where you play as like a, futuristic stealth special ops guy. And his voice was just so iconic for that game. And then whenever they got away from his voice for whatever reason and got some younger actor who was in their 30s, because they did some weird sort of mocap thing for the acting, which in my opinion you could still do the mocap, just have I think Michael Ironside might have been going through cancer treatment at that time, but he didn't want to be public about it, so that might have been the case of why he was giving his blessing to this younger actor. But it was just so weird because by this point in the Splinter Cell saga, he was already 65, right? Still potentially with the use of steroids probably capable of kicking some ass and stabbing some necks, but at the same time his actor who was talking to his daughter in the, by this point in the thing, his daughter's in her late 20s or 30s, and they sound about the same age. It just it was so, I don't know, it was so weird. He's Lance Henriksen or Elias Koteas. Oh yeah. Let me look. Oh yeah. Let me look one of those guys up. Let's see if I recognize him. Lance. Oh, there we go. Oh. Oh yeah, he was in Total Recall as well, right? Man, Aliens, Pumpkinhead. We all remember Pumpkinhead. Tarzan, that's sick. Hard Target, The Quick and the Dead, Gunfighters, Alien 3, Near Dark. Man, that was the glory days. Okay, sorry. If the kids or teenagers came back, okay. I asked my mate if he reckoned that we should relocate, even if it was just to the other side of the forest, and I sort of agreed with him when he said no. If the kids or teenagers came back, we'd chase them off and give them a scare of their own, all in good fun, of course, but we certainly weren't going to give them the satisfaction of obeying their single-word order. After that, we were planning on having a walk into the nearby town to get some food and see what pubs they had on offer. But after suggesting that whoever left the note might still be watching us, my mate suddenly wasn't so keen on leaving all of our stuff alone, and we decided to pack away before driving into town to get some food. We found a decent pub, had some food and a swift half, and then as we were sat at the bar, my mate starts talking about going back into the forest and camping in a new spot. It did feel massively emasculating having moved out at the behest of what were probably just some kids playing tricks on us, so to claw back at it with a bit of pride, we agreed that we'd head... That was bad. It's like walking on a tightrope and you just like start to sprint and then fall off the edge. Like, fuck. Yeah, Ironside was so good in Starship Troopers. Dude, I remember as a kid watching... Starship Troopers... Starship Troopers was amazing. Rico! You know what to do! And then, that was one of the things too, dude. That was one of the things too about Starship Troopers, that there was like nuance to the movie, where him as like the sergeant or whatever didn't like his second in command. He didn't like his second in command guy. If you watch it, like there's some certain things that he does, he's like not pleased with him, and then he actually sends him up to the higher ground to like get, gather data or whatever, while already knowing that there are some of those like flying creature monsters up in the hills, because at one point he sees the loose rocks falling and shit like that, and he's like, second command, go up there and get some shit, and then he's like, yes sir, and he goes up there, and then that dude gets his fucking head chopped off by a flying little, dragonfly beast, and then, Rico, you're up, and and that's his, and it's almost like he wanted Rico to be second in command, but I don't know, it was just like there was something about that spoke to the character of Michael Ironside's character that I don't know. And unisex baths. Yeah, well, the unisex baths is interesting because it's kind of like it shows that our future society is like doesn't discriminate in the sense of like fascistic rule. It's like everything falls under like a sort of military state, but there's no discrimination between race or sex or anything like that. Like everybody does their service and you are respected accordingly in relation to that. So it's like once there's sort of a authoritarian, overreach over the majority of the population, there's really no need any further, since we have aliens as a threat, to like atomize or divide people based on race and sex, all those like sort of like down the middle type things, because now everyone's sort of like under the authoritarian thumb of the state, so you don't really need to like come up with narratives and shit in the media to like pull people to different opposing sides to keep them from teaming up or whatever, because at this point you've already won. And now you have a greater threat to worry about in space, which is fucking spooky bugs. He redshirts his second in command. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. That's actually what Ronald Reagan said about the USA and stuff. Yeah, was it him or was it George Bush Sr. who was talking about like threats from like space and the New World Order and all that kind of shit? It's all bathed together. Yeah, but there was no like, I don't know, no confusion and like, well, I guess they did fuck in the tent and stuff like that, but he was at the UN giving a speech and literally said, I often think, what if aliens came down? Yeah, I think that's why the whole Bush family situation and extending outwards, that's why I'm always like, all my conspiracies always go back to like the CIA, because it just seems like going all the way back to like the formation of the CIA with like Prescott Bush and that whole family going back like almost over a century, and their interconnection with like, I remember hearing like indirectly funding the Nazi party and things like that, and just really weird really weird fucking like multinational crossover type stuff, you know. And then also the Bush's interactions with like the Bin Laden family prior to like 9/11, and you know, just so much fucking weird ass shit, bro. Sorry. Starship Troop, yeah. Reagan was the first to implement a type of space for live too. It was likely him. Wait, what about it? Yeah, the OSS. Did our stream die? No, we're good. Okay, cool. I need tea time validation part 2. Well, you have to tell me what you need validated for. That's the question. What's something in your life that you feel insecure about, and maybe we can drum up some support. I can talk to my donors. We can get something going. You need validation for your invasion of the ant colony in your garden. Sleep is for the weak. Thank you for the 2. What movie I was talking about? It was called Starship Troopers. It's pretty freaking good. One of my favorites. It's like I love Starship Troopers, Gladiator, Saving Private Ryan. All those like just stereotypical dude flicks. Get my fucking testosterone going, brother. Yeah. Validate my parking. Yeah. My dad says I'm ugly. Can you adopt me instead? Your dad doesn't say that. No dad ever says that about their daughter. That'd be rude. Have you seen Black Hawk Down? I did, but that was a long time ago, honestly. Roadhouse. You see the Family Guy episode? Roadhouse. Everything can be solved with a roundhouse kick. Yes, yeah. Every time I watched Saving Private Ryan, like it's like impossible for me not to like tear up. Just because I don't know, it just looks so painful. Every aspect of it just looks so painful, on what people have to like go through in war. It did feel massively emasculating having moved on at the behest of what were probably just some kids playing tricks on us. So to claw back a bit of our pride, we agreed to head back into the forest of Dean to spend our final night of camping there. So after lunch, we drove back into the forest and repeated the process of driving up and down the little roads Maybe the best war movie ever. Yeah, dude. I mean, I know this sounds bad, but just their like representation of like effects of just like people dying, of the way like smoke and bullets fly, and how like there's a lot of like lingering effects, right? There's a lot of lingering smoke. There's a lot of lingering dust. There's a lot of like the way blood kind of comes out of people. It's kind of like this weird spray rather, or like it's like more of a mist, I guess, or like sometimes it's just the cloth based on like how it enters into people. It's just a lot more realistic. You can see the pain in like people. I don't know, man. Like I hear about, you know, back when it first came out and like the World War II veterans like immediately watching it and having like PTSD flashbacks, or like smelling the oil from, you know, the gears of whatever tank they were in that day, you know, coming immediately back to them. And it's just like, holy fuck, dude, it really hit the nail on the head. Lily, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Lily. The bullets zipping underwater, blood out of the helmets mixed with water, Tom Hanks being shell-shocked. Yeah, exactly. It's just, I don't know. There's just like so many things to pull from it, you know. It's like so hard to get that from shit anymore. Even like, it's so weird. Someone who's seen like Hell and Back, like towards the end of the movie, something like a lot of people don't pick up on is is Matt Damon's old man form looking to his wife and saying like, tell me I'm a good man, you know, kind of thing. And it's just like that little aspect of like earning the validation of, well, maybe one, the opposite sex, but also just like maybe the survivor's guilt playing into there as well. And, you know, the fact that they all went through all this like hell to, just for like a military narrative, right? Just so a mother didn't have to lose 5 boys instead of just 4. I don't know. All of it's so insane. Well, Matt Damon was in the movie. He delivered such amazing, convincing performance. He really did. Yeah, and like even it's kind of sad, but like you see like internet gif, like when people do reaction gifs, and it's like Matt Damon in the fetal position, like screaming, like ah, ah. But it's like such an abrupt, like sudden jump in the movie when it like shows him, and he's just like ah, ah, ah. And I'm like, holy fuck, that would 100% be me, just like in a corner, like oh fuck, we're not playing paintball. The idea that James Ryan couldn't even face what happened that day until the day he finally goes to cemetery. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because you kind of have to like compartmentalize that, like in a, because I mean, so much of war is wrapped up in these sort of like patriotic narratives and horns, morning horns. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and you just kind of like write it away in the back of your mind, like it was all for something greater. But then when you're faced with like the brutal reality of it, it's probably too much for one soul to bear, you know. Your great-grandpa talked about what he saw during World War II, and when he told the stupid fun stories, what he and his buddies did. Yeah, war is just not, it's not nice. It's not a nice thing. There's no, I don't think valor, I don't even know if it exists, to be honest with you. I don't think it can exist. Maybe that's a bit rude, and I don't mean to put down anybody's experience. It's just, I listen to some of the things, especially in the more modern wars, and it's like, you see stuff that just like you can't even sleep. Now you can't sleep. You can't sleep anymore because every time you close your eyes, you just wake up in cold sweat remembering your best friend next to you getting a mortar through his fucking chest, you know. Checks his wife's glance at Tom Hanks' gravestone, but she gets in that moment why they came here. Yeah, well, that's a good point. It indicates that they haven't even like talked about it to that point either. Like he's completely avoided discussing it. You know, his family is completely, wow, that's actually insane to think he went his whole life without even talking about it with his like closest loved ones. Holy shit. He was probably one of those vets who never talked about World War II. Yeah. Then all of a sudden there he is, and it all comes flooding back. My stepfather's brother was an ambulance driver at the front lines in World War II, and he couldn't bear to talk about what he saw. I can't imagine. All right. That's it. We're only sending robots from now. We still gotta fight, guys. You have to understand, we still gotta fight, but we're gonna send robots instead. And prisoners. So, after lunch, we drove back into the forest and repeated the process of driving up and down the little roads in an attempt to find their camping spot. Eventually we found one, and this time we made sure it was much more secluded than the first. We weren't exactly scared yet, apprehensive of getting our stuff damaged or stolen, but not scared. But then as we set up the tents and got our 6ers of beer out of the car boot, my mate saw someone walking towards us down the track. First I'd heard of it was him going, Jay, in this whispered voice, and the second J was said immediately after the first and sounded urgent in the extreme. I turned around fast and saw a man walking down the track towards us. He had a baseball cap on, with a jumper, jeans, and boots, but covering his face from the eyes down was a scarf, and in his hand he carried some big wood-chopping axe with a red blade. We didn't try and talk to the guy, and I'm sad to say that I left about 100 quids of camp... 100 quids? Wouldn't it be 100 quid? 100 quids? 100 quid. Am I dumb? If you want to see one of the single best what war does to you shots in a movie, it's The Deer Hunter. De Niro and pals are in a bar before they go to war, and they see a veteran and they toast him. Yeah, fucking shit, dude. What a strange thing. What a strange, strange thing. Lots of vets adamantly avoid talking about experiences like that. I knew a World War II vet with tons of gunshot wounds. If you asked him, he would make up a non-war explanation. Wow. Oh, wait, yeah, sorry. Did we confirm if it should be 100 quid or 100 quids? No quids, what the fuck is that? 100 quid. Oh, okay, sorry. I left 100 quids worth. Wait, oh, the more natural and grammatically correct phrase is I left 100 quids worth of goods. Oh, like it's quids worth, like Squidward. Or it's like 100 quids worth of goods, meaning it's like the quid's worth. Like it's the ownership of the quid, of the 100 quids. I guess that does make grammatical sense then. 100 quids worth is possessive construction, meaning goods that are worth 100 quid. I left 100 quid worth is incorrect because you need an article. It should be 100. Okay. I left 100. Okay. Sure. I guess that makes sense then. My bad. Basically, they left Squidward behind. We didn't try and talk to the guy, and I'm sad to say that I left about 100 quids worth of camping gear and my beers behind. But we hopped into my car the second I saw him. And then since we had to drive past this guy to actually make it back to the road, I gunned my car right at him, so he had to move and couldn't take a swing at us as we passed. We made an anonymous call to the police from the road, not wanting to give away that we'd been breaking the law, but also not wanting some masked psycho to get away with brandishing some axe at us. We assumed it was him that had left that note, too. But who he was and why he'd done it were things that were never able to work. What book should you read? Maybe just read like a really big menu. I go to this one Asian restaurant and man, it's like they have 3 old scrolls of like fucking menus and shit to pick from. And it like blows my mind because if you want something from all of those, you want like a squid's dick or a fucking, chicken's whole family, like you can get it. And I just have no idea how like they just have all of that shit just like ready to rock and roll because it's got to be over like 1,000 fucking items. But who he was and why he'd done it were things we were never able to work out. I suppose there are some proper weirdos out there, and we were always a bit more careful about where we camped after that. Oh, dude. I can't believe we're 4 hours in and we're not even... Let's see, because we have one more thing. No way, that's crazy. We have one more solid length of... Holy shit, it's 3 a.m. too. I feel like I'm keeping y'all up. Shit. Got a true crime story coming up. And I'm gonna go make some tea, I guess. And be right back. So, BRB. All right. Here's what would happen if we saw each other in public. you would see me across the street, kind of like, what was that? Uncertain. But then as soon as you would see me, this song would play. And then I would just play, and then I'd be right next to you, like, hey, what's up, dude? I'm like, hey, what's up? You want to get lunch? Sure. If you saw you through the window, I'd feed my spoon of food to you. But up at the window, yeah, you just leave it there. And then just like very quickly, a close-up of my mouth, just like, bleh. Thanks. I'll be back next year. Okay, guys, we got one more freaking story to go. Justin with a 2 says, if I ever shut up, would you be sad, mad, glad, dad? Would you be my dad? I'd be sad, yeah, don't shut up. Keep saying shit. Say the dumbest thing you can think of all the time forever. Like the people that come in and they say, hey, not much of a chatter, more of a lurker, but I just wanted to, and I'm like, why the fuck are you lurking? Say something. If you hear something, say something. AKA, if you listen to the channel, talk to me. I have no friends. I was born online. If you hear something, smear something. Okay. On a chilly November morning back in 1985, a hunter was quietly plodding through the forests of Bear Brook State Park near Allenstown, New Hampshire. Located around 15 miles from the state capital of Concord, the park spans over 10,000 acres of wetlands and rolling forests, making it one of the state's largest areas of natural beauty. Bear Brook also offers a network of trails for hiking, biking, and horseback riding, tracks which weave through dense woods that teem with wildlife. Yet the park's tranquil beauty belies a darker history. Did I say belies right? Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. How long do you guys think like people will still type in comment sections like, hey, tranquil beauty, comment. That's a tranquil beauty, comment. You know, like where they put quotation marks around it, like they're trying to get the syntax perfectly correct. Add AHH, and then say comment at the end. I don't know. I think it's run its course. It needs to stop. Jackie Chan, not with the 5, says, Joel, can I please make a voxel version of the poop screen for my game? I'll totally promote Let's Read for the 2 people that might play. Yeah, do anything you want. No worries. But when I said do anything you want, do anything he want, he did indeed. I wouldn't pop up next to me out of nowhere. I have known to have adverse reactions to getting scared. A, panic. B, jump and curse. C, scream. D, punch. Or E, a mix. Which one you get is random. Will I adopt you? Have you gotten all your shots? Okay. Yet the park's tranquil beauty belies a darker history, marked by a series of grim discoveries which cast a somber shadow over the serene landscape. This is the story of the bodies in the barrels. As the hunter walked near the charred ruins of an old burned-down general store, his eyes caught a glint of metal from some nearby underbrush. Curiosity got the better of him. Then, on closer inspection, he found the glint He done found it. He drank from a fountain drink. What does the tranquil thing mean? None of us know. Oh, you've never seen that? It's like on Instagram all the time. It's like when someone's trying to make fun of someone, and it's like, what would be an example? Like, someone might say something, and then to comment below it, they want to make fun of it, right? So they might say something like that encapsulates what they said or what the post may have said by memifying what they said. Maybe something like some guy seeing something and then running away from the police in like a comedic way. So someone might comment down below like, the jig is up at run, AHH run, you know what I mean? Or like, I don't even know, like I'm a spooky scary skeleton comment, or like it's trying to basically man, explaining a joke is really unfun, isn't it? Tranquilo papadillo. SpongeBob making meme from a few years. Yeah, I don't know, but it's just weird because when people say it, they say so and so comment. It's like you can tell from the energy in which they say it, they like almost like want to be taken seriously in the sense of like being hardcore, I guess, or cool or tough. That's tough. That shit's tough. But it's what everything I'm saying right now just is like further demonstrating my terminal onlineness, and it's embarrassing. I'm gonna stop. People commented under my videos. No, I've never got it. But just, it's like, I don't know. There's like there's a lot of like formats of people just like, I think my most frustrating comments I see, not on my own videos, but just other videos, is whenever someone makes like, oh, there you go, James Charles as yeah, there you go. That would be a James Charles haircut. That yee-yee-yeah haircut. There you go. Yeah, exactly. The yee-yee-yeah haircut. What y'all dumb at? You know, it's like saying ass, but with 2 H's for some reason. Anyways. Yeah, just like you see these so many like different, like, there's no creativity, it seems like, the comment section sometimes, that you almost wonder if like most of it is just like AI. People saying about like, we get this before GTA 6 or something, and you're just like, I don't know. You just imagine like a Mossad classroom, like everyone sitting around in the classroom, like analyzing meme formats, and then, you know, sitting in there with like thousands of people on a computer typing the most formulaic nonsense you've ever fucking heard, but like a year too late, you know? Okay, I just saw one. Some goofy, dumb robbers clip, and then it's titled Looney Tunes ass Robert. Yeah, there you go. Is that? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like someone would comment that, or, you know, which it does certainly convey the message in that scenario. But some people kind of like say it to like make fun of other people, and it's just like, sometimes it just doesn't land, and it like frustrates me because I'm like, can you think of something else? Misfit, what's up, dude? I was imagining those smartphone farms where they're all, yeah, exactly. Like the people that you're arguing with, and it's just a warehouse of like tablets stacked on each other. Christian, welcome back for 6 months. Is Def feel that this is an AI? Big fan, man. You've been gaming it all? Not really. I mean, I have been playing a little bit of Helldivers with some friends, and that's always a good time. But you can only play that for so long, and it's been taking me forever to like unlock shit lately, which is just kind of like unsatisfying. And I kind of wish they would just... I mean, the newer faction of shit was really cool with the Illuminate and stuff. All those new enemies in the cities, and I don't know, it's freaking sick. Little Nightmares 3, yeah, that's going to be so good. There was something they announced alongside of that called like Something Animals, and it's basically like another Little Nightmares style game. There was also something I saw at like that new Gamescom or whatever it was that the game Ill was announced. It might have been a Sony thing, and it was basically like Little Nightmares with like a gun, and it was kind of like making your way through things, but you have like a pistol or a gun or something to shoot stuff, and it was pretty cool. The live streams prove I am not AI. Placed Lego Star Wars again. If you have a PC, you can play Lego Star Wars, I think, on Steam or like Epic or all sorts of like other things. I think they like released a bunch of them in a big pile. State of Games, yeah. There was a lot of cool stuff at State of Games. Well, maybe not that much cool stuff, but some cool stuff. Curiosity got the better of him. Then, on closer inspection, he found the glint belonged to the rusted metal of a 55-gallon oil drum. Unable to temper his burning curiosity, the man heaved the drum upright and then pried its lid from its moorings. But when he did so, he was faced with a picture of pure horror. Stuffed into the drum were the plastic-wrapped bodies of two young women. The oldest was likely in her 20s or early 30s, while the much younger girl was perhaps 8 to 10 years old. Autopsies later revealed that the cause of death for both individuals had been blunt force. Autopsies later revealed that the cause of death for both individuals had been brutal blunt force trauma. Yet while it was easy to determine how they died, discerning who they were was a far more difficult task. The older of the two victims was a young Caucasian, perhaps in her late 20s or early 30s, but with traces of Native American ancestry. Her teeth, marked by multiple fillings and 3 extractions, hinted at a life of personal and perhaps familial neglect. She also had curly brown hair and was somewhere between 5 feet 2 and 5 feet 7 inches tall. Found beside her was a girl no older than 11, but possibly as young as 5, and she bore signs of a hard life. In life, she stood between 4'3" and 4'6" inches tall, and pneumonia had severely scarred her lungs. She had a crooked... Wait, so is this a true crime? Or is it... I'm not even sure, honestly. The Xbox Game Showcase, did that come out after a few days after? All the new games, but I'm still waiting for Kingdom Hearts 4. Oh, man. I remember they were waiting for people were waiting for Kingdom Hearts 3 for years. Didn't they, like, at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2, like, have a secret ending that showed Kingdom Hearts 3? Like a CGI thing or something? This is the first time this true crime case was on here. It was a famous case. Okay, yeah. 4 feet and only 6 inches tall. Yeah, I think it was a 10-year-old girl, though. Case of 2 relatives, women who went missing. They got found by a hunter in barrels. Okay. She had crooked front teeth. Or a crooked front tooth. She had a crooked front tooth. There were noticeable gaps between her top teeth, but unlike the older females, her teeth bore no fillings. Police appealed to the public for information, but when no one came forward to claim the nameless victims, they were laid to rest in an Allenstown cemetery under a simple tombstone bearing the following inscription: "Here lies the mortal remains, known only to God, of a woman aged 23 to 33 and a child and a girl child aged 8 to 10. Their slain bodies were found on November 10th, 1985, in Bear Brook State Park. May their souls find peace in God's loving care. For a long, long time it seemed the females' identities would forever remain a mystery, yet 15 years later, on May 9th of the year 2000, the woods whispered another secret. Near the exact same spot the first barrel was found, investigators uncovered a second 55-gallon drum lying just below the original crime scene's boundaries. Somehow, it had been missing during the initial search, and inside were the remains of 2 children. They too had been dispatched and via... Damn, dude. Is this like cartel shit? Because that's how the cartel usually gets rid of their bodies, isn't it? Yakuza. A lot of syndicates do this, I guess, because it works, right? Yeah, hides the body, but like it slowly breaks it down or something. How the fuck do you feel about the physical Doom Dark Ages not being an actual game? It only has part of the game on the disc. Huh. Maybe like it couldn't fit all the information onto a singular game disc or something. I mean, I assume that's how it normally goes, right, at this point, with like how large games are getting and the most likely chance that most of it's going to be downloaded onto the hard drive of the... Because honestly, at this point, it's like, wouldn't it be faster to play your game transferred to some SSD than it would be to sort of translate the information from a game disk anyways? I don't even know. I mean, I guess as long as they give you the physical media or whatever. I don't know. I'd be curious whenever the Switch too, like stuff, you know, or like games like the Switch just like no longer do physical media that you get to like hold. And you can't just like plop into a Switch or whatever. They too had been dispatched via blunt force trauma. The older child had been between the ages of 2 and 4 years old when she was murdered, and had stood at a mere 3 feet 8 inches tall. The police also determined her pronounced overbite, along with a gap between her front teeth, may have given her a distinctive and easily recognizable smile. Investigators later determined that she may have battled anemia during her brief existence, while DNA samples revealed that she was the daughter of a man named Terry Peder Rasmussen. Interesting. What the fuck is going on? Sawcon with the 5 says, have you ever had a stream playing on the computer for... Have had your stream playing on the computer for hours now. You have yapped my wife and cat to sleep. Nice, dude. That's the goal. Once you guys are asleep, I'll be robbing you blind. Peter. I guess Pater. Well, thank you, Sawcon. Appreciate you. Thank you for the dono. Launching a new product, lip balm serum hybrid called Evermoist. Are you really? Is that why you're in Ireland? To, like, record a makeup commercial? Oh, Justin, have you seen those one meme guys? They're called like the sassy gays. Or it's like the meme where it's like when the sassy gays invite you over for a good time, and then they open the door and they're just like really disappointed what the person looks like or whatever and say a bunch of mean things. Or like he's also the guy who's like in the courtroom is like, Judge, what the furk? Yeah, the defurk guy. Yeah, dude, that guy's so funny. Also, do you think his ass is massive? I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, I don't even know if men can even get asses that big, and I was like kind of curious if he got like a BBL James Charles ass. We got a Martian butt lift. Yeah, he went to Mars to get a butt lift. An MBL type shit. Yeah, the type shit. Nonchalant type shit. Investigators later determined she may have battled anemia during her brief existence, while DNA samples revealed she was the daughter of a man named Terry Peder Rasmussen. The youngest was between the ages of 1 and 3 years old, a toddler whose life was cut short before it could truly begin, and she stood... The youngest was between the ages of 1 and 3 years old, a toddler whose life was cut short before it could truly begin. She stood between 2 feet 1 and 2 feet 6 inches tall, had long blonde or light brown hair, and like the others, she had a gap between her 2 front teeth. In the early days in the investigation, detectives cast a wide net, sharing details of the case across the United States and into parts of Canada, and what amounted to a desperate search for answers. They chased down hundreds of leads, ruling out at least 10 possible identities for the victims in the process. But even after weeks upon weeks of solid investigation, the names of the woman and 3 girls remained elusive. In June of 2013, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children breathed new life into the case by unveiling a series of updated facial reconstructions. These weren't just sketches. They were digitally rendered images which included important physiological details, such as the gaps and overbites that shaped the victims' faces. They were, however, rendered into type shit. The type shit thing is so funny because it's like someone telling you to type shit. Like if you guys could, like you say something, they say type shit, and you're like, are you asking me to type shit into the chat logs? Type shit, please. Type 1 for yes, type shit for no. If they knew one of the girls' biological father, how did they not find out who she was? Yeah, I'm a little confused. Maybe it's like the information gathered there was jumped a little bit ahead for later, but good fucking question. I have no idea. Awesome listening to History with a Twist. Thank you. Yeah, I hope it's still doing well. Where are we at right now on the leaderboards? The podcast leaderboards. Apple Podcast. The charts. Type shit. Yeah, head ass type shit, bro. Yeah, new podcast, hit Twisted History type shit, bro. Top series. Your Honor, what the furk? Where's my podcast type shit? I can't find it. We must have been banned. Wait, here we go. Top shows. The Best People with Nicole Wallace. Why? How did she beat Joe Rogan? I should be up there. I should be Joe Rogan's dad. Oh, look at that. We're still number 43, baby. That's a top 50 podcast. It definitely has moved. Like the highest I think we got was like number 10 maybe, or 15. Top show. We got a top 43 ass type shit right next to Tucker Carlson ass, Charlie Kirk ass. Let's look at all the top shows going back from me. Twist of History, kicking absolute ass. Then we got Huberman Lab. He says he doesn't take steroids. He definitely does. 48 Hours. Wait, don't tell me. The Ezra Klein Show. I've never seen him. The Tucker Carlson. Good evening, it's me, Tucker Carlson here. We're in Mars with a bunch of freaks. The Charlie Kirk show. I've never actually listened to a single clip from Charlie Kirk. It's kind of funny. Like, it's just never somehow come across any of my social media, but I've always, like, I know his face because he's got an interesting large forehead. Titanic, Ship of Dreams, The Professor G-Pod with Scott Galloway, Real AF with Andy Frisella. This one, I think we talked about this last time, just like how fucking funny. Just like, it's so funny. He's got a piece of tape over his mouth and it just says society. Like, society's holding back his holding back his free speech. On his society is holding back his free speech on his fucking top 34 podcast. I think you're doing fine. The telepathy tapes, that sounds kind of sick. The Level Up podcast with Paul Alex, Stuff You Should Know, Deep Cover, The Weekly Show with Jon Stewart. Oh no, dude. The Rest is History is beating us, bro. What the fuck? We were beating them and now we're getting dominated. We'll catch up, though. We'll catch up. Good evening. You know, today we're talking about a Putin-ass comment. A propaganda-ass type shit in the chat-ass comment. But not really, if you take a moment to think about it. It's actually more of a stream is buffering type comment, and I don't know if he'll ever come back. The Dairy Show with Joel Stewskirt. The Dairy Show. It's just me eating different forms of ice cream but getting like diarrhea. Alright. They were, however, rendered. Where am I at? In June of 2013, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Diarrhea comment. That's a diarrhea poop in the toilet right there. Yeah, that's a lactose intolerant lactose intolerant type shit. It's so funny to just like, if you think about just like just slang, just like the slang that eventually makes it onto shows like The View. Like, you know, a slang word has reached its like peak when it eventually makes it onto like Ellen DeGenerate saying it on TV or something. I know she's canceled or whatever and gone, but you know, those types of shows where it's like the most normie possible fucking nonsense you could watch. But it's just like so funny to think like of just a Philadelphia, you know, bus stop crowded with fucking crackheads, and one of them at some point just like went up to the other and was like, "What's up, slime?" type shit. Yeah, it's one of them good day type shits. And somehow that just like permeated between the minds of a million other people to just like eventually make it to national television saying type shit, or like, "Look at those." I don't even know. It's just, how does it happen? How do we do it? We got to come up with something cool. We got to think of a word. Skibbity skip. I don't know. In June of 2013, the National Center for Missing and Exploited... Motherfuck. The bird is the word. In June of 2013, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children breathed new life into the case by unveiling a series of I don't know, I've lost it. Bobo Lot. Bobo Lot would be good. Oh, that's what we need to do. Like, if in the streets of Jamaica they're saying Bomba Clot, like, we need to figure out how to get rap culture to start saying Bomba Clot frequently. It needs to be incorporated. I need to be at every Philadelphia truck stop, bus stop, whatever public transportation available. I need to be hearing the phrase "Boomba just absolutely screeched at the top of people's lungs. I need that to happen. In June of 2013, dude, something's happening to my voice. In June of 2013, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children breathed new life into the case by unveiling a series of updated facial reconstructions. These weren't just sketches, they were digitally rendered images which included important physiological details such as the gaps and overbites that shaped the victims' faces. They were, however, rendered into the litter box. I thought it was someone crawling around. For real type shit. Litter box type shit. Litter box poop. What does ion mean? Ion means like I don't, I think. Like I don't know. I don't know. It's like the laziest possible shit you could ever type. I don't get it. I don't know. I don't. It's like it's when you want to type 5 letters, but you only have time for 3. Honestly, ion is probably harder to say than just I don't. So in real life, if you're earnestly forcing out the syllables of ion, it's almost like more difficult to just like, I don't. Like even a caveman, I don't. I don't. I don't know. No. No. I guess maybe if you're on fentanyl or something like that, ion might like float out of your mouth a little bit easier. No. Like, okay, he doesn't know. Bombaclad. What's like a lazy bombaclad? Bombaclad. Bobo. It'd be bobo. Boboco. It'd be boboco. No, bomboco. Boboco. I don't know. I really don't think you can make Boombaclot any. It needs to be in its full form. It just doesn't have the power that it previously did. Yeah. Maybe, who knows? Maybe that's what they're trying. When they're talking about ions, maybe it's like scientific discussions, and we just don't understand. Lick your boom down. Lick your boom down. Why do so many people say? Oh yeah, and like I see people like just, they're so lazy they type like, instead of this they type TS or this shit, that shit. I don't know, bro. We should just go back to the simpler ones like LMAO, and we need to bring Raffle. We need to bring Raffle Taco back. Iano. That'd be my rap name, Iano. Iano Mars. Ianoclot. Ianoclot. Rafflecopter. What's up, guys? Rafflecopter here. You're probably wondering why LMAO stuck around, but ROFL, Roll on the Floor Laughing, is nowhere to be seen. Well, vernacular moves quickly. It moves fast. Just ask the people over at the Philadelphia bus stop why they can't pronounce up to 5 letters. Good question. Probably something to do with the influx of fentanyl from China. If you ask me, I say it's a psyop. They were, however, rendered in a haunting black and white, as their skin tones and eye colors were details that had not yet been determined. As science advanced, so did the clues, because in 2015, DNA profiling unlocked a key piece of the puzzle. Analysis of their mitochondrial DNA showed the oldest victim was the mother of the two youngest, and they were believed to have lived together in the northeastern United States for at least 2 weeks to 3 months prior to their deaths. They must have moved to the Bear Brook area not long before their deaths, possibly in an attempt to escape their killer. Now I'm reading like fucking Tucker Carlson. Possibly to escape their killer. Interesting. Wow, we've been streaming for 5 hours. Oh my God. Run for your lives ass moment. Run for your lives. Yeah, don't worry. This is just the middle of the stream. It's called ebonics. It's called electronic bonics. It's like eBay. An email. Ebonic email. They must have moved to the Bear Brook area not long after. My gosh. They must have moved to the Bear Brook area not too long before their deaths, possibly in an attempt to escape their killer. DNA analysis also confirmed that the third child was indeed the daughter of Terry Petter Rasmussen. Maybe that got like thrown in there later. What the fuck? DNA analysis also confirmed that the third child was indeed the daughter of Terry Petter Rasmussen, a serial killer who'd passed away in prison back in 2010. He was convicted of just one murder, but was linked to at least 5 more in a series of crimes that stretched across the country between 1978 and 2002. Due to his use of many aliases, most notably Bob Evans, Rasmussen became known by the chilling moniker, the Chameleon Killer. In 1999, a young man posted a message on the website Ancestry.com hoping to find Sarah, an older half-sister he'd never met, who was born in California during her father's time in the Marines. Nearly 2 decades later, in October 2018, a librarian-turned-amateur detective named Rebecca Heath stumbled across the man's post while scouring the internet for clues to the identities of the Bear Brook victims. After digging deeper, Heath learned that Sarah's mother, Marlise Honeychurch, had an older daughter from a previous marriage, and their ages chillingly aligned with the 3 related victims found in Allenstown barrels. Another breakthrough came when a relative Heath contacted. Jesus. The Chameleon Killer. You may have heard of him. Who do I have to sell my soul in order to get a narrator voice like this? You guys saw Joe Biden. You gotta play with Joe Biden's old wrinkly old balls. It's the only way. You still have the picture of Pradeep from February, I think, where he's stretched out upside down in front of the fireplace. Did I post that on Instagram or something? I don't even know. I probably do. I save every picture of him in a huge time capsule. Never got to see it. What, were people talking about it on? People were talking about it. It was the talk of the town of Catpictureville. On r/cat posts, anonymous. r/cat dads. Bacteria dissolves human body, makes you appreciate immune system. Oh, that's true. Good point. You were listening back to that stream. Oh, okay, I'm talking about a cat picture, though. That's funny. Going through the archives, finding evidence. Sorry, what the hell was that? Another breakthrough came when a relative Heath contacted revealed that Marlies had married a man named Rasmussen. Convinced that she had cracked the case, Heath shared her discovery with Detective Peter Headley, setting the stage for a long overdue reckoning. On June 6, 2019, New Hampshire police had a press conference in which they revealed the identities of 3 of the Bear Brook victims. The eldest was Marlies Elizabeth Honeychurch, born in 1954, and her daughters were Marie Elizabeth Vaughn, born in 1971, and Sarah Lynn McWaters, born in 1977. The family had vanished from their home in La Puenta, California. The cute blonde cashier at the corner store, and the cashier said, "Dude, she likes you." And I was like, "What?" Now I'm all happy. There you go. Slide into them IRL DMs. AKA have a conversation. The family had vanished from their home in La Puenta, California around Thanksgiving of 1978, and it was deemed no coincidence that Marlies had been dating Terry Petter Rasmussen at the time. Following a heated argument with her mother, Marlies stormed out, taking her daughters with her and cutting all ties with her family. She then began using the alias Elizabeth Evans for legal documents in May of 1980, no doubt as an attempt to avoid being found. According to friends, Marlies' life prior to meeting Rasmussen had been a tapestry of failed relationships. She married Marie's. Guys, what's the deal with Real ID? Why is that so important? And why is that popping up at such an interesting time in our nation's history? Do you like true crime or personal stories better? I guess it depends. I do find, like, Sam Riding writes the true crime, right? And, like, I just think he does such a good job of presenting the stories without them feeling dry, you know? It's like making the same dish, you know, of chicken delight, but just always having the perfect amount of buttered seasoning. I hate Real ID for Palunteer, hate captcha codes. Can't fly without it. The Real ID is annoying, but only people I don't want to deal with getting it. Real ID is just a government scheme to get people to accept more consolidation of our lives. You can't fly without it. It is kind of strange. Can't fly without it, or if you get a passport. Real ID because the day after I renew my license and I have to have it if I want to fly. That's so weird. Like, how do they just decide that? Yeah, it thinks we're not human. That's why it forces us to find a crosswalk. Right. I can't imagine, like, they're like, at this point you would imagine AI bots would be pretty good at finding that crosswalk. Or finding whatever random elephant is hidden in the patterns. She married Marie's father in June of 1971, but divorced him just a few years later in 1974. She then wed young Sarah's father in September of that same year, but they too separated shortly after their engagement. By the time she began dating Rasmussen, Marlies had regained custody of both her daughters, but unfortunately, this put them right in the clutches of one of America's most elusive serial killers. In 2002, Terry Petter Rasmussen was found guilty of murdering his then-wife, Yoon Sun Jun. Who? Peter. Peter. Am I saying the name right? Peter. I don't know, dude. Yoon Sun Jun. What about the June part? How do you say that? He's back, Siberian Klingon. They have Klingon here? That's kind of awesome. Holy crap. Forville has Klingon. I didn't know that was a real language. Don't they have Korean? Crap, there it was. I missed it. Okay, so people record stuff on this site, Forvo, and then submit it as like a pronunciation. I need you to hear this one from someone. It's the only one that's saying how you say it in Korean, June, because it looks like a Korean name. But just listen to this recording. Sounds like a fucking like ghost box. It's like so fucking bad. Everyone knows Klingon is real. The actor who played Scotty was a linguistics professor and he designed it for the show. Oh, that's awesome. Alright, we're gonna ask ChatGPT how to say this shit. Oh my god, I'm getting tired. EVP boys. Unsun Jun. Unsun Jun. Okay. Unsun Jun. You haven't heard Hamlet until you've seen the play in the original Klingon. That's crazy. In 2002, Terry Peder Rasmussen was found guilty of murdering his then wife, Yoon Sun Jun. I totally forgot. How do I not? In 2002, Terry Peder Rasmussen was found guilty of murdering his then wife, Yoon Sun Jun. His pattern involved forming relationships with women and their children, often living with them for months or years before killing them. The Bear Brook victims were killed by blunt force trauma, then dismembered and disposed of in barrels, exactly the way Rasmussen disposed of Yoon Sun Jun. But what sets the Bear Brook murders apart from his other works of malice is that in this case, Rasmussen chose to murder his own daughter, his own flesh and blood. Over the years, many have asked why, but unfortunately, it seems his motivation will forever remain a mystery. In November 2019, a funeral was held in Allenstown to thugging it out, literally hardcore thugging this shit out. I don't know why, just imagine like you're studying really late at night. You're like, I'm just thugging it out. But you're like staring at a book. I got like a gold chain around my neck. Yeah, I'm thugging this shit out. Reading. I'm just raw dogging this. Welcome to the Thug Mansion. In November 2019, a funeral was held in Allenstown to honor Marlise and Marie. Their names were etched on a new headstone to replace the one that had mourned them as unknowns. While family members, including some of Marlise's relatives and Rasmussen's daughter from his first marriage, gathered to say goodbye. Little Sarah, on the other hand, was laid to rest. Little Sarah, on the other hand, was laid to rest in Connecticut, closer to her father's family at the behest of her elderly paternal grandparents. Marlise Honeychurch, Marie Vaughn, and Sarah McWaters each had their lives cut short before being buried in Rusty. Fuck, man. 5 hours don't crash out. I'm gonna crash my car. I've been driving a big rig through the night trying to deliver Switch 2s to a local Walmart in Pennsylvania. Get ready, guys. They're coming. Both your names in this story. You got 2 names? You say bury like a Pennsylvania bury. We say it properly. We say the proper English. Marlies Honeychurch, Marie Vaughn, and Sarah McWaters each had their lives cut short before being buried in rusted oil drums. Damn, that sounded weird too. My kidneys almost burst reading that shit. Marlies Honeychurch, Marie Vaughn, and Sarah McWaters each had their lives cut short before being buried. But it's spelled B-U-R-I-E-D. Anybody who pronounces it buried like an A is a fucking caveman troll. Like, that's incorrect. It's buried. It's the proper Inglois. An oiled up ditty drum. It's not buried. There's no berries in this drum. You heard me? It's not buried. They aren't raspberries, they aren't blackberries, they aren't dingleberries. It's a bury. I'm gonna get my berries. I'm gonna get my berries and cream and make some jam with that shit. You got your car broken into, and just last week my friend got catalytic converter stolen on the same street. Shit is whack. Dude, I'd be posted up with a fucking rifle on my car right now waiting for those punks. That's crazy. I'm very sorry about that. That sounds like the worst week ever. No one else is physically speaking, but hey, you don't know. You don't know. My subjective reality might involve many voices. And who are you to say that I am not true? Marlies Honeychurch, Marie Vaughn, and Sarah McWaters each had their lives cut short before being buried in rusted... I want to say rusty. Rusty oil drum sounds better than rusted, but it also doesn't. Marlies Honeychurch, Marie Vaughn, and Sarah McWaters each had their lives cut short before being buried in rusted oil drums, but they were lucky enough to have their names restored. The same cannot be said for the fourth child's identity. Known only as Rasmussen's daughter through advanced DNA testing, the identity of the young girl found in the second drum remains a mystery. Her mother is believed to be one of Rasmussen's victims, but much like her daughter, her exact identity remains unknown. In 2021, forensic investigators traced the fourth girl's lineage to relatives in Pearl River County, Mississippi, while around the same time, Rasmussen's daughter from his first marriage shared a haunting memory. Andrea Steers believes she met this girl. Oh my god, I'm out of steam on this one, bro. Just so you know, it's pronounced Oregon. Oregon? Origami? So is Colonel pronounced Colonel? I think so. Or is it Colonial? Oh, see you, tea time. Take care and know that you are loved by God and Jesus Christ. And the Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit. Praise God. Oh, Lord. Okay. And the president, too, yeah. And Donald Trump. The Father, the Son, and the Donald Trump. That'd be so funny. I always like those pictures of like Donald Trump with like Jesus doing something secret behind him is just, I don't know, it's really funny. I feel like that's a painting that you could see in like any like backcountry diner somewhere. Erica L with the 5 says, "Hi, Let's Read. Hope you're having a great one. As always, your videos and live streams are awesome. Question: will you be making a Japanese scary story soon?" I hope so. I'm gonna look into it. Jay Nightmares used to do a ton of translations for me and stuff, so maybe I'll have to check in with him if he wants to do some more, because sometimes the Japanese ones didn't do super well, but I also really liked them because I thought they were good. Japan trip when? Hopefully next year. Hopefully before World War III. Andrea Steers believes she met this girl, whom she calls Jane Doe, when they were both very young and recalls her quite possibly being half Asian. Yet even with so many pieces of the puzzle having already fallen into place, the full story of this child still lingers in the shadows, waiting to be told. The Bear Brook murders, having been shrouded in mystery for decades, paint a haunting picture of loss and resilience, where the persistent pursuit of truth reclaimed lost identities from the clutches of a serial killer. In one case, the investigation was taken up by an unpaid member of the general public, a librarian who dedicated her spare time to delivering answers to those who needed them most. Rasmussen might have been fucking first. What's your take on the Donald and Elon crash outs? Yeah, so it's kind of what I said earlier about how like Elon was like a front to use Doge, or the Department of Government Efficiency, to like go around to all these like government departments and basically in the midst of, under the guise of like slashing funding or whatever, is actually just like gathering a bunch of like really important personal tax IRS style information on American citizens, but also a lot of their like health information, in which he's going to feed that into a larger AI system called Palunteer. And now that that job is done, and he technically hasn't really saved anybody in the nation any money, because I mean, you know, we end up spending like more money every year anyways, compared to like what we quote unquote save. Because, you know, it's so much easier to spend money than it is to like almost dismantle most of these things. That now that he's accomplished that task of gathering the data, they need a manner in which to sort of like, I don't know, have him fade away from the team. And the crash out is just part of that process, I think, is just to like, you know, create a sort of distinct separation between him and then now he's accomplished the task and he can go back to, I don't know, doing a bunch of DARPA projects or whatever, like building a big underground fucking railroad or whatever. Do you think Elon got hustled? No, I think they're all just like part of the same sort of apparatus of these like power structures. I think we got hustled. I think the majority of the population is under an interpretation of a non-reality. Do you think Elon is the one who hacked everyone's social security number a couple of years ago? I'm not familiar. What was that with? Was that like a big data hack at, where was that? Justin Ballas with the 5 says, come with in November, and by that I mean I'm inviting you to the country while I am also there with your own money and your own schedule, etc. Oh, nice. That's cool. Wait, so you went from Ireland, now you're going to Japan. Is it like related to work, or? Either way, that's freaking cool. The crash out is just bred in circuses. I mean, that's what it feels like. I mean, it just doesn't seem authentic at all, you know? I don't know. I mean, it would be interesting if, like, somehow Elon just, like, went crazy on the ketamine and, like, suddenly, through his data farming, was able to, like, release all the information about Epstein into the wider public. I mean, imagine that. Listen, so a lot of people say that they don't release that information because they're worried about the economic fallout, right? But imagine if that does get sort of released into the public, and then you just sort of, it seems almost like righteous because it's coming from, like, a leaker, but it actually is there just to create like a sort of natural economic fallout from everybody being like, what the fuck, that billionaire's in it, that billionaire's in it, that billion, you know. So you see, I don't know, I feel like it would create a cascade effect that's almost like borderline Great Depression style, like stock market crash, you know, vibes, but Great Depression ass type shit. Maybe we're in a stimulation. Probably. He stopped reading my comments 2 hours ago. Palunteer already has that info. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't avoiding your comments. I apologize. Elon already built the Underground Railroad. Damn, dude. Everybody's on top of it. America's my favorite sitcom. I don't know, man. We're just I don't know. America just feels like it's a tool. You know what I mean? It's like a tool for a unification of everything at some point. It's like clearly like a war lapdog in many ways to accomplish what exactly, I don't know. But it's definitely in charge right now, but I don't think it will always be the case. Because I just don't really think like in a more globalistic perspective, I just don't think like a unified America would be beneficial to like controlling the entire world, if that makes sense. We're just in the Hunger Games. Yeah, maybe at some point. The little research I provided the chat a few months ago about Elon was kind of crazy. Yeah, what did you provide again? Can you summarize? The Starving Games. Rasmussen might have forced his own personal darkness on the world, but it seems for every one monster... What's up, Crystal? But it seems for every one monster who sows pain and death, there are hundreds of good-natured citizens lighting candles to guide the way. May they be commended, and may they continue their fight. May they be commended. May they be commended, and may they continue their fight against evil until, God willing, there is no more evil to fight. All right. We made it, guys. 5.5. Why did it take so long? Was that yapping? Now we gotta read the outro, and you guys gotta think of something freaking hilarious for me to say. Am I going to repost Pradeep? Hey, thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, if I can remember. I don't know which photo you guys want me to repost. You said it's back in February. I'd have to scroll back. I mean, there's so many pictures of the cat. I can just find a new one. I can take a new one. What the fuck? Something crawled in my mouth. Okay. Do the ones where he's having a picnic with a raccoon. A raccoon. A raccoon. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. If you got a story, be sure to join. Shit, what is wrong with me, dude? It's like I like mini strokes. And there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. I'd love to see you there. And if you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, God damn it. I don't even... How do I not have this memorized by now, bro? Bro. Bro with a V-R-O. Don't be a boombaclot. Alright. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and remember... I got like Pradeep hair crawling up my nose. Sorry. Your voice is good natural. Thank you, dude. I can hook you up with a voice actor friend who does cartoons. Yeah, do that, please. That would be a blessing and a kiss. Mick Mouse, Glockhaus. Yeah, we didn't do it because the last one wasn't. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, Mick Mouse, Glockhaus. Mick Mouse. Tranquil video. Holy shit, 5.5 hours. I'm just feeding YouTube content. A networking opportunity. That would be neat. I'm going to create a network of terrorists. Just kidding. Guys, love you, appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging out. I don't know. I don't know why this took so long. Maybe I don't know. All I know is all my clothes are off right now. I don't know how that happened. But love you. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to get this over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. There's new bonus content out as well on Patreon and YouTube. Members, be sure to check that out if you haven't already. Tell me if it sucks. It's fine. And yeah, I'll be back streaming. Well, we'll get the new video up today, 9 p.m. EST. Love if you could watch it right when it comes out. It helps it reach new people, but we are gonna be streaming again on Wednesday. So follow me on Instagram at letsread.official. I will see all y'alls again quite soon. Okay. Goodbye.